December 13th, 2021, Board of County Commissioners meeting. And I will read the public charge. The Board of Commissioners asks its members and citizens to conduct themselves in a respectful, courteous manner, both with the board and fellow citizens. At any time, should any member of the board or any citizen fail to observe this public charge, the chair will ask the offending person to leave the meeting until that individual regains personal control. Should decorum fail to be restored, the chair will recess the meeting until such time that a genuine commitment to the public charge is observed. And we read this, we know that people are not in our meeting with us, but we still need to read this. Commissioner Carter, you do our Pledge of Allegiance for us, please. Would you lead us in that?
Sure. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Are there any agenda adjustments, commissioners? Hearing none. We will move on to announcements, and our clerk, Monica Wallace, will read our announcement for us.
All right.
I like saying that.
Good evening, everyone. I'll read the announcements for tonight's meeting. As always, the announcements will also be on the county website as well as our Facebook page. Social Services offers a low energy assistance program. The Durham County Department of Social Services Low Income Energy Assistance, LIEAP, specialists will begin servicing residents ages 60 years old and older, along with those who are disabled and who received food and nutrition services, with their applications to receive help with their energy bill on December 1st. On January 3rd, 2022, the LIEAP will be available for all Durham residents. Please call 560-8192 to make a virtual appointment with an LIEAP specialist. Applications are also available online by visiting https://epass.nc.gov. Durham residents can now receive additional help with their water bill. The state of North Carolina has awarded $38 million in federal funding to the Low Income Household Water Assistance Program, LIHWAP, to assist residents who are behind with payments or facing disconnection. Residents are asked to call 919-560-8000 to schedule a virtual appointment or visit the Human Services Building at 414 East Main Street to pick up a paper application. Additional details are also available at www.dconc.gov/DSS. Does your tax bill have you stressed? The Durham Low Income Homeowners Relief Program may be able to assist you. You must be in your Durham residence for at least 10 years and meet the income requirement. To learn more, please visit www.dconc.gov/DSS. The deadline to apply is December 31st. Real and personal property tax deadline is approaching. Durham County Tax Administration reminds taxpayers that Wednesday, January 5th, 2022 is the deadline to pay your 2021 real and personal property taxes. Learn more about the tax deadlines by visiting www.dconc.gov. Volunteer for Cooperative Extension Advisory Council. The Durham Cooperative Extension is looking for a representative group of community members who have experience with county cooperative extension programming. please visit. It is a pretty long email address, but it's bit.ly/DECO Extension Council for additional information, and that link is available on our website. Help Durham County families and homes get better connected. Take the NC broadband survey and let us know your connection needs and quality. Take the 5-minute survey at https://ncbroadband.gov/survey, or text the word internet to 919-750-0553 to participate. Get tickets to NAIA football at Durham County Memorial Stadium. The NAIA will bring its 66th football championship and senior football classic to Durham on December 17th and 18th. This game will feature 2 undefeated teams, Grandview and Morningside. Tickets are available by visiting www.durhamncsport.com. Join the Durham County EMS team. Durham County EMS is now hiring EMTs and paramedics. The application period is open, and the next assessment center will be held January 10th through 13th, 2022. Please visit https://careers.dconc.gov for more information and to apply. Subscribe to the Durham County YouTube channel. Looking for a way to stay up to date with all things Durham County government? Then subscribe to our YouTube channel, where we broadcast meetings, regular shows such as In Touch with Durham County and Sheriff's Spotlight, and also upload regular DECO Insider shorts to explain many of our programs and services. You can visit www.youtube.com/DECO Webmaster and click subscribe. And lastly, Durham County winter holiday and New Year's holiday schedule. Durham County government will close most offices in observance of the winter holiday on Thursday, December 23rd, Friday, December 24th, and Monday, December 27th of 2021. The offices will reopen with their normal hours of operation on Tuesday, December 28th. Most offices will close again on Friday, December 31st, in recognition of the New Year's Day holiday, and reopen on Monday, January 3rd, 2022. That concludes our announcements for this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Wallace. I'm looking for the rest of the commissioners. I can't, are they just not with their cameras on, or?
We're all here.
We're here. What view are you on? Maybe you should go to gallery.
I'm
view.
on gallery view.
Yeah, there's speaker view and then there's gallery.
Yeah, I'm on gallery.
Are you on page 1 or 3?
I should be able to see everybody on gallery.
Are you on page 1 like Commissioner Lom said?
It doesn't give me a page number.
On the left or right of your screen, there'll be an arrow with 1-3, 2-3.
Move your mouse around. Ladies and gentlemen, this is how we do things at the Board of County Commissioners. We do it together.
Yeah, we work on this computer thing here. So, all right. I'm still challenged with seeing all of you. I just want to make sure that all my commissioners are here.
Well, as
Okay.
you notice,
Right.
it's only
Yeah.
2 tech-savvy commissioners that are speaking up.
Well, I just want to make sure that you're here. So, great. Thank you. All right. So, our next item, commissioners, are minutes. And we have quite a few minutes to approve tonight. We have quite a few special session minutes, May 13th, May 17th, May 24th, June 16th, June 28th, September 13th, September 27th, work session, November 1, November November 8th regular session and November 22nd regular session. Do I have a motion for approval? If there are there any edits or comments that commissioners would like to make?
Madam Chair, I'd like to move all of the stated minutes for approval and applaud our clerk's office staff for basically ending the year with us all caught up on our minutes. So kudos to you.
Thank you. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Jacobs and second by Commissioner Alum. Get a roll call vote.
Commissioner Alum,
Aye.
Commissioner Burns,
Aye.
Commissioner Carter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Jacobs,
Aye.
and Chair Howerton.
I moved and approved 5-0. The next item, the clerk will now read any comments. Do we have any comments from citizens?
Commissioner Howerton.
Mhm.
Chair, I know that I should have done this during the announcements period, but I would respectfully request that we take a moment of silence for the lives that were lost this morning after 3 a.m. If it would please the board.
Thank you so much for reminding me to do that. We had a press conference today, which I joined the city on behalf of the county, just expressing a heartfelt sympathy for the families and the school kids that are traumatized by what has happened in our community, and that the county partners with the mayor and the chief and our sheriff, and we're asking all of our community to understand that this is not about one person, it's not about one community, it's about the whole entire community. And we have no throwaway children here. These things are happening in our community. So thank you, Commissioner Burns, for reminding us to do that. So if we can have a moment of silence. Thank you. So at this point, we'll citizens' comments. Our clerk will read any comments from our last work session or any emails, any communication that you received.
Chair Howerton, members of the board, I did not receive any citizen comments. The comments that were received were in regards to an agenda item.
Okay, and you will read them at that when we get to that item. Is that correct? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Okay. So we will move on to ceremonial items. 210742, 2021 NCACC Excellence in Innovation Award for DCO Talks. The board is requested to recognize the 2021 NCACC Excellence in Innovation Award for DCO Talks. This is a long-standing NCACC Excellence in Innovation Award. And I believe the staff person on this is Deborah Michael. Is it Deborah Craig Ray?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. This is awesome. Go ahead.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening, commissioners and everyone.
I am very pleased to begin this introduction of this award. I would like to recognize Mr. Matt Bigelow with the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners, who has joined us this evening to present the award officially. Matt, welcome.
Thank you, Deborah, and thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board for having me with you all this evening. It's an honor to be here. As was stated, I represent the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners. And also on the call this evening is Melissa Curley from the local government federal credit union. Our association, in partnership with LGFCU, offers awards for county-led projects that really stand out for innovative solutions to issues in their communities. And so we are on this evening to present this Excellence in Innovation Award to Durham County, and in particular, the staff that created the DECO Talks program. This was an effort that began in the early days of the pandemic when many of the county's employees were asked to quickly adapt to a remote work environment. And as the weeks and months of COVID continued, the strategic initiatives team in the county grew this program across different departments, across different teams of staff that you all have in Durham, and covered things like public speaking, parenting tips, mental health help, and really fostered a sense of connection and community that's sometimes lost in a virtual environment when folks are working on their own. In follow-up surveys, it was found that 96% of staff that participated in this program had learned something and came away from that program feeling better connected to their peers within the county. So on behalf of NCACC and LGFCU, just wanted to say congratulations to this board and to all of the wonderful staff that you have in Durham County. I wish I could be there in person to hand off this trophy to you all, but we will get it to you, and looking forward to seeing you all again soon. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Matt. Melissa, would you like to say something, please?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to join you tonight. It's an honor to partner with North Carolina Association of County Commissioners to recognize county employees that develop special programs such as the one that you're being honored for and awarded for. So congratulations on behalf of LGFCU. Kudos to the county employees for a successful program that improves services to the citizens and also county employees. Thank you.
And thank you so much. And I would just like to mention that with this award, the local government federal credit union gives us a stipend or an award, and the employee who actually brought this forward has asked that we donate the funds to feeding the hungry in Durham County. And so I have reached out to our finance department so that we can begin those steps to make that award. And so thank you all both very much for selecting Durham County.
Thank you, Deborah and Melissa, Matt. This is so exciting. Commissioners, any comments from you? Commissioner Carter.
I would just like to congratulate our staff and to express my admiration to those who developed this program and to every staff member who participated. It's becoming quite evident to us all, I think, that finding ways to stay socially and emotionally connected, even when we're physically distant because of the pandemic, are so vitally important for us all. And I just am proud of Durham County for this award. You know, it's a part of a long list of awards that we receive throughout the year, but this one seems very, very important. And congratulations to our staff.
Thank you.
Okay. Other commissioners, any other comments or questions? Commissioner Burns.
I'll just be quick. I just want to throw out there, you would be surprised. Like I think for some people, you would just assume during the pandemic, you communicate with residents, and you should do it in every way possible. And when we were at both the state county commission association and the national one, I think people were dumbfounded that we had a show, that we were talking to people, that there was no issue too mundane, that that they really pushed. And I mean, I almost have to also thank Deborah, because many of us, and I will say us, along with elected officials as well as with some staff, were very camera shy, and she was able to coax us into understanding, oh, well, guess what? It's not about you, because we really got to make sure. So thank you for pushing everybody. When the tax program came out, I could see people were very nervous to be on camera. So thank you for making them feel comfortable and reminding us that, people need to hear from us. It's not just about camera time, and I appreciate you, and I'm thankful that somebody saw fit to see the value and what you all did throughout this pandemic. And I get excited when I see people share those videos.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to have each one of you all come forward in 2022, correct?
We hear you, Deborah. Any other comments from commissioners? Okay, and so I just wanted to say again, Matt and Melissa, thank you so much, and thanks to Deborah and all of her staff for all the work that they put into this, because it doesn't happen without a team, and you guys did a great job. So congratulations and thank you.
Our pleasure. Thank you. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Melissa.
Thank you all.
Okay. So the next is pretty exciting as well, commissioners. We have our Durham County Sheriff's Office detention commanders receive the North Carolina Dogwood Award. So I know Major Bazemore is here tonight. He received the North Carolina Dogwood Award from the North Carolina Attorney General's Office. So it's our sheriff, Clarence Burkhead, should be on the call as well. So Burkhead, are you here? I see Bazemore. Where's Burkhead? Is he here? Well, Sheriff Bazemore, you can take it.
Thought he was here. I see Chief Whitted. I thought he was here.
Okay. You want to go ahead and say something about your award? We are so excited about you receiving this award.
Yes. Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you all so much for having me this afternoon. This award was presented by Attorney General Josh Stein for literally the work that we are doing around MAT, but also the mental health work that we are doing in the detention facility as well.
Oh, you're being so modest. You're being very modest here.
I don't know what else to say. But the program is up, it's running. We started actually October of 2019. We even worked and struggled through the pandemic, but we came up with a 2-phase program to help individuals with opioid use disorder. Phase 1, we would continue medication treatment for individuals with opioid use disorder if they're on methadone or either Suboxone. And in phase 2, which started November 15th, we would be treating individuals. We would literally start induction. To date, we have served in phase 2. We have served over 100 individuals through this program, and we're just so excited because we know that it's gonna save some lives in the community. As of today, Phase 1 served 104 individuals for Suboxone utilization, 61 methadone individuals. So to date, we've served 165 individuals, and we are literally in year 2. We currently have 4 people in custody that are Suboxone users, and there are 6 men, and we have 3 methadone individuals in custody. Of the 104 people that have participated that was on Suboxone, only 15, and we're talking about our 2nd year anniversary, only 15 individuals have returned to custody, 12 men, 3 women, and of the 61 methadone users, only 7 of them have returned to custody. So we think that we are making some major strides. Also, as a result of these innovations and the things that we work, we have a clinician working with the MAT program and community health worker, and they're doing the discharge planning and doing some follow-up things to make sure these individuals are connected once they leave Durham County Detention Facility.
Well, thank you so much for sharing with the public all the work that you're doing, because when I read this award, it says, presents this award of appreciation to recognize the contribution of Major Elijah Bazemore, Durham County Sheriff's Office, to the state of North Carolina for his extraordinary demonstration of excellence, dedication, and creativity in pursuing community solutions to our state's most pressing issues in alignment with the North Carolina Department of Justice missions of protecting the people of North Carolina. That is very impressive. So are there any of your other team members here that would like to weigh in? Any of the other sheriffs on the line?
See Chief Whitted.
Right. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, how you doing, ma'am? My name is Johnny Hawkins. I'm the Chief of Detention Services, and I know Sheriff Burkhead is accessing the call now, but I would like to recognize the accomplishments of Major Bazemore. He is certainly a fine example of professionalism. He has been a nationally recognized person within this field for more than a decade. I've been knowing him for some 15 or so years and have always been appreciative of what he brings, and I'm certainly grateful for the opportunity to serve with him at the Sheriff's Office. So again, congratulations to Major Bazemore and his accomplishments, and Sheriff Burkhead for his vision with the MAT program.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Comments from commissioners. Commissioner Jacobs?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Major Bazemore, I just want to really congratulate you and applaud you. This award is so well deserved. In the entire time that I have been a county commissioner, you have just been a passionate advocate for addressing the mental health and substance use needs of people in our community, inside the detention center and outside in our community. And I am so grateful for you being a part of our community. And I just want to say that this whole program at the MAT program is a groundbreaking program, not just in our state, but in our country. And when this first came out of the Durham Joins Together Task Force, the Durham County Sheriff's Office and the Durham County Detention Center was really one of the first in the country to say, yes, we want to try this. So I applaud the sheriff and his staff for being open to this, and all of the people like Cindy Haynes and lots of folks who got behind this from Alliance and Do Community Health. And there are just so many people. But things like this are not successful without a leader like Major Bazemore. They are just not successful. And he is the person who has really championed this and made sure that it has been successfully implemented and that it's data driven, to the point that now, besides the grant funding that we got over the past 2 years, now we have the Durham County funding and the support that this will be a permanent program. And as Major Bazemore said, when he's being very modest, that this is about saving lives. That's the bottom line. And it is about getting people the help they need, and so they don't end up coming back to the detention center. So, Major Bazemore, congratulations. Thank you so much for everything that you do.
Okay, thank you. And, Commissioner Long?
Thank you, Chair Howerton. I just want to echo some sentiments of congratulating you, Major Bazemore. It is definitely a very well-deserved board. I feel like every time you come to our board, it's always with good news, and always something for us to celebrate and be proud of at Durham County. So thank you for giving us that chance to be able to celebrate with you. I remember when you gave us the tour of the Durham County Jail for me and Commissioner Burns, learning about the MAP program was definitely like one of the best parts of the tour, and just being able to see like the actual services being provided within the facility. I think it's so important for Durham County to see that, you know, there are investments in people within Durham County Sheriff's Office who really care about keeping the population of our jail as low as possible by investing in resources to get people back up on their feet and provide them the support they need to be able to have successful lives after they leave the jail system. So thank you so much for everything you do every day for our Durham County residents.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
I don't know if you can see
Commissioner
me.
Burns? Commissioner Burns?
I will be very quick. Before I jump to Major Bazemore, I did notice that Johnny Hawkins was on the call. So if I'm not mistaken, you are new to us. You are new chief of detention services. We have not had the opportunity to meet yet. So by all means, welcome, welcome, welcome. And now back to Major Bazemore. I was lucky enough to be there because one of my colleagues got an award. So I was lucky enough to be in the room. I'll tell the truth on myself. I was actually in the winners line at first. So I was literally in line to get an award. And they had said, ma'am, no, you need to go sit over there. So Major Bazemore, I was not trying to take the award on your behalf. I know they told you that, but I was in the wrong line. I did want to take the time just to highlight that only 15 of these were given out in the central part of the state. I want to echo the sentiments of both my colleagues and just let you know, Major Bazemore, that each one of my colleagues, all three of them, they did talk. They talked so highly about you. And I have to echo the sentiments of Commissioner Long because, I mean, everything they said really came to fruition when we went on that tour. And we saw how proud you were and we saw how much you changed lives. And I do want to take the time because I was able to pull up the quote. This is what Attorney General Stein said that day. He said, Major Bazemore puts people first. He works to help those who are struggling with substance use disorders get treatment they need while they are incarcerated and find a path to recovery. With the opioid crisis devastating our state, I'm proud to honor Major Bazemore and Durham County's work to help people have a chance at a healthier tomorrow. So I think that, you know, we all lifted up the fact that you saved lives, but it's also about making sure that those lives are well lived. And so this kind of second chance opportunity that you offer people, salute, sir, salute indeed. Thank you for making us look good, and thank you for saving lives.
Hey, did Burkhead sign on? Sheriff Burkhead, I mean, you were such a proud papa that day. You must have something you want to say.
Good evening, commissioners. I apologize for my tardiness in logging on. It's been one of those days, as I'm sure you've already heard. But only thing I can do is just echo what each one of you has already said. It's been my honor and privilege to participate, and that's what I do. I participate with Major Bazemore as he leads this effort here in Durham County. And as Commissioner Jacob said, this is nationally recognized. And the work that we're doing here in Durham County clearly is leading the way for other institutions to follow suit. And Major Bazemore has been at the helm of that since day one. When we first started this initiative, he jumped in with both feet. He thought this through. He did the research along with our private partners, our other institutions across the county and certainly across the nation to make sure we had a model in place that would be successful and that one day others would emulate. And that's what we have in our MAT program. So I'm truly proud of the efforts of Durham County Detention Center, Major Bazemore, and all of those who work with us day in and day out to make sure that those who are housed there have every opportunity to be successful once they return to the community. I also like to take a moment of personal privilege to say thank you for recognizing new Chief of Detention Services, Mr. Johnny Hawkins. We're looking for great things. Mr. Hawkins comes to us from the Department of Corrections, almost a 28-year career in corrections in the state of North Carolina. His last position was warden. So we're looking forward to tapping into his education, knowledge, and experience to make our facility even better than it is today. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Sheriff Burkhead. And thank you again to Sheriff Bazemore. We are so proud of you, and we're proud of the team that works with you and all the work you do. And we look forward for you to keep it going. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, commissioners, we have another recognizing 6 excellence in communication awards for Durham County Public Information. So the board is asked to recognize Durham County Public Information Office team for receiving 6 excellence in communications award from the North Carolina Board of Government Information Office at the organization's November 18th virtual annual seminar. And we'll ask Deborah, I see Don is here, Don Dudley, Green, to give us some comments on this.
Thank you again, Chair Harrington and commissioners. I am excited to be joined by our public information team, Dawn Dudley and Randy Jones. We have a small but mighty team that obviously I feel they turn out ingenious and innovative public information materials day in and day out, but now we've got more validation that is true by winning these various awards. We actually were able to garner 3 first place awards, 2 third place awards, and 1 honorable mention. And so I will let Dawn talk about the Women's History program that she created first, if you don't mind, Dawn, very quickly.
No, I don't mind. Good evening, everyone. So we're really excited, and that's one of our several awards. We actually submitted 9 awards and got 6 of 9. So I'm just really excited about that. And like Deborah said, I'll highlight the Women's History Award. So this year we were able to highlight in a different way using social media. I mean, of course, it's a platform we're all going to now to highlight women's history. And so we had a whole women's history highlight on different women within our organization who have done excellent things. And so when we submitted our award, we submitted some of those posts that we shared, including some from the sheriff's office for the first female deputy, which is really exciting. The first and second female deputy was one of the highlights. And I won't take more time to talk about it, but we hope that people will take a look at some of our submissions that are included in the agenda item.
Thank you, Dawn. And if you don't mind, one of the other award-winning programs was the new video series that shows our employees doing work across the enterprise. Would you talk about that as well?
Of course, really excited about that one. That started during COVID months with the National Association of Counties. Every year there's a challenge for us to reach out to the community in new and different ways. And that's what birthed DECO Insider, which gives the inside look at how we do business here in Durham County. And it's a complement. It's not exactly like our show In Touch with Durham County, but it highlights our departments in a very short snippet way of covering programs and services in a very honed in specific way that covers about 30 seconds to 3 minutes, highlighting their work and giving people just insight and direction of who to get in touch with for those particular services. So check us out on YouTube, look at those videos. Thank you, Randy, who handles the majority of our recording, does an awesome job with our editing. And those who've already participated in the departments who have been highlighted, we're really excited to be able to showcase your work.
And speaking of Randy, Randy won 2 awards for his photography. So Randy, please talk about those 2 outstanding photographs that grabbed the attention.
Yeah, they were 2 building photos, which was actually kind of ironic. I take a lot of people photos, but the first one that got 3rd place was a picture outside the Admin 2 building. It was right before big storm came in that did a lot of damage here in Durham, and I was just actually walking across the street with my cell phone, and I took it out and took a picture, looked at it, thought it was really awesome, threw it up on Instagram, and it got a lot of people talking about it and liking it and everything. That was pretty cool. The other one was a picture of our new main library. It was in the early morning before the grand opening, and I just happened to walk out of the parking lot and thought that the light was hitting the building perfectly and took a picture of kind of the side of it. And I guess the judges liked that photo a lot, so and it won.
Excellent, excellent. And I'll just touch on the In Touch episode that actually won a 3rd place award. It was the interview that I did with our Alliance Behavioral Health Director. We were talking about what was going on with our mental health as we were going through and experiencing a pandemic. And we got a lot of views of that video and a lot of conversation about it. It started people thinking about the importance of guarding and being aware of your mental health when you're going through these unusual interruptions in your normal day-to-day lives. And so we were very excited about that. And then the final award was the fact that we, of course, as we were doing stay-at-home orders and other things, we started translating our very important news releases. And that, as you know, led to our language equity program that you recently funded. And so that we're very excited to be recognized for that. So again, we thank you for your support. We thank you all for all you do to let us try to tell the story of Durham County, because that's really our job. And we love it. And again, we are very proud to bring these awards to you.
Well, thank you so much, Deborah, and your team, Randy, Dawn. Thank you guys so much for all the hard work you do. And we know that we call on you a lot. And you have a small staff, and you get a lot done. So commissioners, comments, questions? Commissioner Lum?
Thank you, Chair Howerton. Congratulations, Kim, Craig Ray, Don, Randy, and the rest of the team. This is really exciting to see. I feel like y'all have received so many awards and recognitions, and it's just absolutely amazing to be a part of a team where our staff are accomplishing so much and making the entire county look good with all of y'all's hard work, and also making our job as commissioners so much easier with getting information to community members, with all the different resources that we get to share with them, from the DCO talks to the social media posts. Is that a lot of the ways that, I know a couple of us, like me and Commissioner Burns and others, do newsletters, and it comes in really handy being able to share these resources of Durham County's Public Information Office. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Other commissioners' comments? Commissioner Jacobs and then Commissioner Carter. Commissioner Jacobs, you hear?
And could
I think she just froze.
a staff of really 3 people. Oh, I'm frozen. Am I still frozen?
No, go ahead.
I'm okay. Okay. I just said that you all are like the little engine that could, and it amazes me how much
I think you need to go out and come
different
back in.
skill set. I'll pass it on to Commissioner Carter since I keep freezing.
You might want to go out and then come back in. Commissioner Carter, you want to go ahead?
I'm sure Commissioner Jacobs' comments were all brilliant. I'm just going to say, hip, hip, hooray. I feel so proud of you guys, Dawn and Randy and Deborah. You're such a talented trio. And thank you for working for Durham County and bringing your talents to us and making us come alive in such happy ways.
Yes, yes.
A pleasure.
Anything for you, Commissioner Burns?
I was just trying not to talk on every one of them. I concur with everyone. I got a comms background. I'm a dues paying member in the NCAGO, so perhaps I shouldn't say anything, but I was super proud. It's full circle. I remember my first meeting. I was on here and we had someone to win an award from public health. So just the consistency that we have with this group is what I like. It's not just this department did some great work, but I remember it was somebody also in public health and Rod's group. So it's one thing to kind of sort of win an award once. It's another thing to like win them consistently every year and then come home with 6 of them. So I just appreciate that. And communication is not easy. This week has proven that these past couple of weeks. And so it just lets me know that there are people in our government who want to make sure that our constituents always know what's going on.
Great. Thank you again, all of you and your team. We appreciate you. All right. So Commissioner, you are welcome. Commissioners, we are down to our consent agenda. And we have approximately how many items? We've got about 26 items on the consent agenda. So as a point of privilege, commissioners, and being the last meeting that we have this year, we're going to do a little something that I don't normally do. But this is to acknowledge grants and monies that we're getting from grants and the things that the staff is doing to bring that money into Durham. So there are a few items that I want to pull, and I'd like the staff persons on these grants to have a comment. Just quickly to acknowledge starting with, so let me pull the ones that I have, that I see that have money attached to them that are grants. And we can acknowledge the staff persons that are involved with it. The first one is going to pull 210679. The others are 210705, 210713, 210716, and 210728. And we're going to place them right before other businesses. So are there any others that commissioners would like to pull? I don't see it, no hands. So can I get a motion to approve all the others that I didn't call?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda absent the items pulled.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and properly second. Wallace, can we get a verbal vote?
Commissioner Alam,
Aye.
Commissioner Burns,
Aye.
Commissioner Carter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Jacobs,
Aye.
and Chair Howerton.
It's been moved and been approved 5-0. All right. So that will take us to these items. So the first one, 210679, and that is our interim county manager. Okay, so this is, could you talk a little bit about the recognizing the 12, the money that you received from the state?
Sure. Actually, I will have the expert help me out with that. Ari and Jim Groves. And so if the chair will allow that to happen,
Absolutely.
our emergency management director.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Chair Howerton and Vice Chair Jacobs and commissioners, general managers, and Ms. Interim Manager. It's really a pleasure to be with you this evening and talk about our grants. You know, we had 3 grants on this particular agenda. We're incredibly fortunate to be able to have the support of the state through some pass-through funds from the federal government. But the specific one for $12,000, just over $12,000, is for our emergency management performance grant, and you'll see the S behind it, and that's a supplemental. So that's extra funding that we're able to go for. And really, what we have to do within the emergency management division is there are certain items that we are required to do annually to be eligible for our emergency management performance grant. And then we select supplemental, which are above and beyond what are required to be able to receive that. And by completing that supplemental, puts us in pretty good shape to be able to receive extra grant fund monies if they are available. So this particular year, we were able to recognize a little over $12,000, and we're going to be able to use that for technology support within the Emergency Operations Center to make sure that we have laptops and connectivity equipment in there. So when we activate or when we conduct trainings, it makes it a lot more efficient when we're spinning up the EOC and then being prepared to respond to a major malfunction. Now, Ari, I'll ask you if you want to add anything to that, please.
Thank you, sir. Madam Chair, Madam Commissioners, distinguished guests, thank you. I know that sums up everything pretty well. Of the 3 grants, the EMPGS, that helps us to expand the capabilities within our Emergency Operations Center, particularly in light of our recent cyber experience, so that we have extra laptops and can take them with us wherever we need to go, whether that's the Emergency Operations Center, or whether that's the conference rooms in HHS, or anywhere else for that matter. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any comments from commissioners? Okay, I don't see any hands. Okay, we'll move on to the next one. Let's see, I think the next one is the second here. Ben Rose, it's 0716. I know Ben's here. I saw him a minute ago.
You hear me?
I hear you.
I'm here. I think I'm having slight connection issues, so I apologize. If I disappear, I promise it's not on purpose. I've been having some connection issues the latter part of the day. But yes,
right.
This is a pretty simple one. We get some Duke Energy funds every year from the you probably see the campaign when you pay Duke Energy bills, you can make a contribution. And we get a small amount each year, but this is a resettlement, rate resettlement fund that they had. So they actually are granting us an additional $25,000, which is wonderful. Considering the pandemic and all this, the craziness we've been in, this is very, very welcome money. This is going to be added into the programs we have right now that, as you made reference in the announcements, with low income energy and crisis intervention. So this gives us additional funds to help people with electrical costs, and which has obviously gone up. These programs, Duke Energy, is very similar to some of the other programs we have. It's about a $600 maximum payment you can make. Of course, obviously it goes for Duke Energy customers, which is most of our customers, most of our residents. So we'll be able to take these funds and provide additional help this year for these costs that are, can be quite exorbitant at times. So we're very excited to receive these funds.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any comments from commissioners? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ben. And we'll move on to the next one that I pulled, 705, and that is Rod Jenkins, our health director, and recognizing the 10,000 from the Department of Health and Human Services.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, other commissioners, general managers, and Madam Interim Manager Hagan. Pleasure to be with you this evening. It's always good to talk about money. For the most part, we do receive, and by the way, I did send you all some information regarding this earlier in the evening, but definitely thankful for the opportunity to expound on it. These funds are additional funds that we receive from the state for our community linkages care program, and they thought it not robbery to give us an additional $10,000. That money is really going to be used to enhance the program. The one thing that we know that we could use more of, more hours for our peer support habits. And as a result, this money is going to allow us to have them work 5 hours. And we also use the funds to provide Uber gift cards so participants can come to service. So these are some of the things that we do. In addition to that, the program is just fantastic. Of course, that grant provides funds for our program coordinator, Lacey Schofield. We created a resource guide, different training modalities in our program, and also a housing initiative. All of that coincides well with the initiative that's led by Madam Vice Chair and Dr. Wanda Bean and our Durham Drive. It's happened to be Florida. So we'll definitely be able to provide a lot more information at the time. And we thank you for the opportunity to expound.
Thank you so much. And then the last one, commissioners, 0728, funding from Duke Energy. And that one is, who's on that one? That is Keith Lane from the budget. Harry Mann.
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for the recognition of this receipt of funding. Although it's not a grant, this is another case where county engineering, through the management of our construction project, we received a check from Duke Energy, just over $14,000 by basically doing some high qualifying equipment upgrade, primarily to the mechanical system. We received this type of reimbursement or check before on other projects, including admin to the main library and the judicial building annex. And this is just an excellent program. We're taking advantage of it on all of our projects, including the 300 and 500 decks, as well as future projects. And so we just like to thank you for the opportunity to be recognized for the great work that staff is doing, working with Duke Energy on these types of projects. So thank you.
Thank you, Barry. Any other comments from Commissioner? Any other staff member? Keith? I saw you pop up and you went away.
Ma'am, this was Perry. It was all Perry. So I'll stop there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So I thought it would be a great opportunity rounding the year out to allow staff to have an opportunity to talk about some of the things that they do to bring in even more funds into the county. So thank you so much, all of you, for doing that. And if I can, if there are no comments from commissioners, I don't see any hands. I will ask for a motion.
I had one really quick, Commissioner Howard.
Absolutely, go ahead.
I'm looking at Commissioner Jacobs funny. I thought she was for certain gonna pull this one. I called her today. So since she's not, and since you're talking about money, I thought you would have definitely pulled the one about our early childhood plan. So we did and she's smiling. So we're extending Durham's early childhood initiatives contract. So we were the first in the state to actually get our plan done. I know we recognized them for that last year. And while it's not a grant, we have $75,000 left in that planning period. And so we're going to be moving that to implementation. So I'm happy about that because, a lot of times when we write plans, just government in general, they end up going on shelves. And then if there's any money left over, it goes to someplace and we never know where it goes to. That did not happen here. Like they finished the plan early, they finished it on time, they published it, and then here it is, we're recognizing those dollars and then moving forward with implementation. So that makes me excited. It's not a grant, but the fact that we can move dollars forward, for our young people and continue to work at the steering committee means a lot. Also, tag Commissioner Jacobs. Should have done that one before I did, but that was one that I thought she was going to get. But that's all I have. So I'm happy about those dollars. And it also debunked this continued myth that, the 5 women on this board do not invest in children. And I'm proud to say that each and every day, the 5 women, as well as the staff here, work very hard to continuously invest in children and find different ways to invest in children.
Thank you, Commissioner Burns. Commissioner Jacobs, and then I think Kate is on the line as well. Go ahead. Okay, Kate, would you like to go ahead first and then Commissioner Jacobs?
Sure. Thank you so much, Commissioner Burns. I really appreciate those kind words. And on behalf of our 36-member steering committee that is working really hard to narrow down from that huge plan, what are we going to start with first? and what are we going to do more proactive fundraising around. I feel grateful to the board for understanding the need to use those dollars to continue to support and shepherd this steering committee, and also just wanted to lift up that we have been able to use the plan already to bring in more dollars, in particular to support improvements to the pediatric medical home and connections to community-rooted and evidence-based services for families with young children. So thank you so much for those kind words. I really appreciate the support of this whole board. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Mr. Jacobs?
Okay, well, since everyone's having a love fest, and it is always hard for me to keep my mouth shut, there were 27 items on this consent agenda. And absolutely, there were so many things to celebrate. So I'm going to shine a spotlight on, yay, we are taking the first step towards our 500 East Main Street affordable housing project. And I know people are not out and about, but I was driving down East Main Street on Saturday night, 300 East Main Street. My husband said, "What's that over there?" I said, "That's our affordable housing project that's being built right now." So, and now we're starting on the second one. So I just want to applaud our staff for getting that started. And the second thing that I'm super excited about is the Little River Regional Park Master Plan. And I just want to do a shout out to Jane Forrest and all of her staff. We have hidden jewels in our community, which is the Little River Regional Park and the Hollow Rock Park. Most people don't know these are two parks that the county supports, and 75,000 people visited the Little River Park in 2020. So I'm really excited about how we can move forward with really investing more in those resources for our community. And thank you to our great staff.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. So I'd like to get a motion to approve the balance of the consent agenda that was 279, 705, 713, 716, and 728. I can get a motion to approve those items.
Madam Chair, I motion to approve the agenda items you just stated.
Okay, got a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Long, seconded by Commissioner Burns. And a roll call.
Commissioner Long.
Aye.
Commissioner Burns.
Aye.
Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Jacobs.
Aye.
Chair Howerton.
Aye. The balance of the consent agenda has been approved 5-0. So this, Commissioner, brings us to our other business item 210738, Durham County Public Health Focus Update, COVID-19 crisis. An update from our county staff on COVID-19 response and effort. This conversation is driven by our Lustrous County Health Director.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, and again, good evening to you all. I want to really take the opportunity, since we're recognizing our fantastic PIO, county PIO staff. I just want to take a minute just to sincerely thank Randy Jones for all of his work with public health. He is behind the scenes, works with myself and Dr. Alicia Smith, produce the health director video that you see that really instrumental, still instrumental in keeping our community safe. I thoroughly enjoyed working with Randy, and job well done. You deserve all those things. I will attempt to share my screen. The thumbs up if everyone can see it as well. All right. Again, as we always say, pontificate, we want everyone to get vaccinated as fast as they can. And if you're eligible for your booster, we want you to get booster shots. We have everything that you can think of at the Health and Human Services. We have boosters for 16-year-olds with consent of their parents. We have first and second dose. We have any vaccine that you think of, because that's what we do. So we implore you, particularly given some information I'm going to give a little bit later on in the presentation, we implore you to get vaccinated. Practicing the 3 Ws continues to be as important as ever. We've not thrown them out the window. You still should wait, wear your mask, wash your hands, and of course, the holiday season is upon us. So we certainly want everyone under the sound of my voice to be particularly cautious here. Our current total cases is 447. We have 278 deaths due to COVID. Thoughts, minds, prayers, meditations are always with those families. Other deaths might be related to COVID, right at about 11. Our 7-day moving average has increased to 69. That was to be expected as a result of Thanksgiving activity. There are a total of 641 COVID-19 cases thus far in the month of December. Information for your consideration, again, since March 2020, we certainly know that Black African American community have been disproportionately impacted by COVID, along with the Hispanic community. Females continue to be heavily impacted as well. And of course, our younger demographic continues to be mostly impacted by COVID. As I've been saying in most of my presentation, with age comes wisdom. And a lot of our older Durhamites have been long got the COVID vaccine, got their booster. That's because they know from history, they know that they need to do what's right. So we certainly would hope that our residents will learn from us. As far as ethnicity trends, we are pretty much status quo. Hispanics, Latinx have been a little bit overrepresented, not to be too concerned about it, but of course, we keep our eyes on it. Black African American, white, for the month of November, were underrepresented, so we are certainly keeping our eyes on this. Our positivity percentage of labs coming in continues to be less than 5%. That is right where we want it. However, we do feel that it may increase a little bit, close to 5. Nevertheless, we have a lot of immunity in the community. That simply means that, positivity percentage continues to be relatively low. That is good for our education, our students, particularly for our students who are our children who are currently in the process of being vaccinated. At present, I'm so proud of this screen right here, which is the CDC's vaccine update. For your knowledge, just know that Durham is continuing to knock it out the park. You have that column for at least 1 dose, and our seniors who are older, 65 or older, 95% have received at least 1 dose. Fully vaccinated seniors, 88%. CDC has already added information about 5-year-olds, and right now, 93.3% 5-year-old and older have received at least 1 dose, whereas 69.8%, close to 70%, have been fully vaccinated. As mentioned earlier, there's a lot of immunity. However, let's not be deceived. We still have a high rate of transmissibility of COVID in our community, as referenced by the red high. So again, we kind of tiptoe from substantial to high, but both simply mean, per the CDC, that if you're a Durham resident, you should be wearing your mask indoor or in public. We performed a ton of vaccinations through December 6, 2021. 479,501 to be exact and counting. So far for the month of December, 9,678 vaccinations have been. Our population, ladies, have been simply vaccinated. My population represents 59.52%. Black or African American represents 46.94%. Our Asian population right at 71.18%. And our Latinx population, 57.46%, are fully vaccinated. So again, we have done the best that we could at this present juncture to vaccinate our entire, and we're continuing to. This slide just pretty much tells you that breakthrough cases are still playing a major role. In fact, 29.04% of all of our cases since September 1st have been breakthrough cases. At present, we still have a lot of Delta variant. However, we do know that the Omicron variant is out there, but a lot of our breakthrough cases are simply the Delta variant. Vaccine updates, again, we have concluded our vaccine outreach last Saturday at St. Joseph Community Church. It was a fantastic time. It's a little bit reminiscent because that's where we kicked off our vaccine education program campaign at St. Joseph back in January of 2021. That simply means that we have more opportunities to provide vaccinations at the health service. Regular hours 9 to 4, extended hours on Tuesdays from 9 to 6. Again, vaccines for children aged 5 on up have been approved. We have boosters now, as reported in media outlets, for those who are 16 to 17-year-old with parental consent. And we also want to let the viewing audience know that you should not forget. Again, the attack rate is still there, and unvaccinated individuals are still 4 times more likely to get COVID as vaccinated individuals. Make no mistake about it, ladies. We still have 1,100 people dying every day in the United States due to COVID, and that is high. Durham is not absent, whereas it's not 1,100. We still have, on average, anywhere from 3 to 4 people dying every week due to COVID in Durham. Education clusters have started, but as you would imagine, the month of November, we did see a sort of slight bump in our college, university, but all others remain pretty steady. And again, that is attributed to our vaccination. Hospitalizations, I stay in constant contact with regional and Duke Hospital, and they have leveled out. So I'm happy about that. But we're also happy to report that hospitals are gearing up because they know that the holidays approach us. So they are girding up their staff just to ensure that they are prepared for what's to come. And finally, the Omicron variant is out there. We do know that one case was identified in North Carolina and Mecklenburg County. We do know that it's highly transmissible, and it's only a matter of time before it is really seen more broadly in North Carolina. Boosters are recommended to help stave off the effect of the Omicron variant in the community. Symptoms have been rather mild, as reported in media outlets. But most importantly, we're still in the wait-and-see mode when it comes to the variant, but vaccinations are still. That concludes my presentation. More than happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for your report. You always do such a great job reporting back to us what's going on out here. So, commissioners, questions, comments? Commissioner Carter.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Jenkins, for the fascinating information you always provide for us. And thanks even more for just the ongoing efforts of the health department to make sure that our vaccination rate continues to increase and that our equity of uptake of the vaccines is as high as it can possibly be. Really appreciate all that work. I know everyone does. I have one question. I think it's just absolutely amazing that of the eligible population of Durham residents ages 12 and over, 95% have gotten one vaccination. At least, you know, that's amazing. It's an incredible statistic. It's also interesting to me, though, that the difference between those who've gotten 1 and 2, you know, the fully vaccinated is 75%, still good, but not as incredible. What do you think what would get those, you know, the 75% up to the 95%? What do you think it would take? And will it eventually? Maybe in a few weeks it will be there. It's just a matter of time. I mean, what do you think about that? I'm really perplexed by that.
Thank you so much for your kind words, Commissioner Carter. It's a pleasure to serve, but it's even a greater privilege to serve my staff. They're working tirelessly. They are tired, as I reported to Interim Manager Hager today. They're tired, but nevertheless, we received that kind of wedge back in August and September when we had the opportunity to do incentive. That gift card incentive, of course, certainly wanted it for Durham, but we knew the ramifications were going to be that a lot of people were going to get one dose, and we may not see them ever again. And often, and that has come to you. What I think is happening right now, to be quite frank, is this Omicron variant really getting the attention of our population. We have seen a marked increase in the number of people coming, boosters, coming for first and second doses. They're saying to us, got the shot back in August. You know, is there a way that I can get back good or whatever? And that's a good thing. I think it's just, you know, they're now knowing that this is not a game, not making it up. We didn't go from Alpha to Omicron overnight. So there is actually something going on. So, you know, it's a good thing. We certainly want to be, you know, in a position to take care of our population. You know, I just hope, you know, that the word continues to get out, and continue to adhere to sound public health advice, and we can continue to take care of.
Rod, do you think if we provided local funding for more gift cards, we could really boost that number then from the 75 to the 95? It seems like you really think that had a lot to do with that surge.
I'll tell you this. Only if you're going to come and help. It was a Herculean effort. I can tell you that. I say that in jest, but yeah, I mean, you know, at the end of the day, money talks, and we had a lot of people coming. That very well could be it, you know, but at the same time, I wouldn't do that to my staff. I know the states, in select pockets, they're having a lot of grassroots organizations still provide that incentive. But that's really for those areas that really have no back. But stand right now, we're going to continue to do what we've been doing all along, provide that information, provide the opportunity. We'll get.
Thanks, Rod.
Yeah.
Any other questions, comments, commissioners? Commissioner Jacobs?
Thank you. Also, Rod, to you and all of your staff as we near getting close to that 2-year mark. So thank you. And it's, we keep making progress. I was wondering, you know, I'm sure everyone's been tracking this, but saw something today that the Omicron is twice as contagious as Delta. And so, I mean, that's like mind blowing to me because we know how contagious the Delta variant has been. And, you know, I guess what I've been hearing is that, so maybe it's not making people as sick as Delta, but the fact that it's so contagious is still worrying. And then the other issue that I'm wondering about is now this idea of what is the new definition of being fully vaccinated? And is it now that fully vaccinated means you also have a booster? So I just wanted to hear your thoughts on, as we go into the holiday season, you know, we had the Thanksgiving bump, but now going into the holiday season with Omicron coming, and we know people are going to be inside gathering with loved ones. How do we just really make a push to tell people, yeah, get your booster, get fully vaccinated, keep wearing your mask, you know, get everyone to do their little quick test before you get together. Just, I don't know, I just feel like I am worried as we're heading into the holiday season.
Right. So, Madam Vice Chair, thank you for your kind words. You just did it for me. I mean, everything you said, what we all should be saying to our loved ones, to our colleagues, to our coworkers, to anyone. I mean, it's not to be played. You know, we know how serious that this Omicron variant. And you know, again, what we have been told as far as the definition of fully vaccinated is still, you know, at present, 2 doses. It hasn't changed to the 3rd dose as of yet. Of course, if it does, you know, my public information apparatus is going to be out there putting the information. We do want people to be safe, as I mentioned, you know, earlier. You know, if we're the holidays amongst us, we need to make sure that we're still vigilant, very careful, not casting all cares to the wind, as if COVID doesn't exist. There's a lot of places in Durham that I've been seeing people acting as if COVID is not around. It's still here. With that being said, we are encouraged by the science coming out that's saying that if you are boosted, you know, if you do get boosted, you are a tad bit more protected from Omicron. However, not to get you shot in, just like with Delta, there's that high probability you can be infected or you can just get COVID. We don't want that to happen. So we are encouraging people, of course, through a lot of our public health messaging, best practices for the holidays. We know over the course of, you know, last year and how brutal it was, and this year with us having more immunity in the community, we just don't feel as if it's going to be as brutal as it was last January. January 2021 will forever be embedded in my brain because it was a tough month. But I don't think it's going to be that tough. I like the way they describe the bump. I'll take a bump over a spike every day. That means we just got a little rise and we just got to ride it out. If it's a spike, that means that we were putting in some long, long hours. But nevertheless, we will survive. Continue to do what Durham's going to do.
Great. Any other questions, comments, for our health director? See no hands, right of report. Again, thank you so much for all the work that you and your team do to keep us safe. And these reports and updates that you give us are very, very important, not just for the board, but for the community. So we say thank you for all your hard work and the fact that you mentioned that you wouldn't add to the staff's workload. I'm sure they appreciate that.
No doubt. Thank you, Madam Chair. We appreciate the support. We wish you all a happy holiday.
Thank you. Same to you. All right, our next item, commissioners, is 210735, classification and compensation update on critical positions. And that will be, we'll have Kathy Perry, our Chief Human Resource Officer, on the line to introduce this item and any additional resource persons.
Good evening, Commissioners and Interim Manager Hager. This evening, we have a study done by consulting firm Kim Newsom, and my staff, Deidre Gonzalez and Tony Noel, are on the line to go through those findings and recommendations. So Deidre, go right ahead.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me?
We can.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, I am here to give you guys number one, a background of why we are here and what those findings are telling us regarding the study that has been completed. So Monica, next slide. Thank you. So the departments that are pictured here raised concerns regarding the recruitment and some retention strategies that we were having, or some problems that we were having regarding some of our critical roles. As a result, we contracted with Kim Newsom of Newsom Consulting to conduct a salary and a compensation study in collaboration with the HR department. And I am happy to be here to give you guys an update on that study. Next slide. The compensation survey study, we actually sent out a survey to these 14 market peers, and we received responses from all 14 peers. So we are always appreciative of the feedback and of the responses that we receive from all of our peers. Next slide. As a result, here are our findings. These classifications that are actually pictured are the critical positions that departments recommended for us to go and do a classification study on. This is a big picture view of the study and the data collected. And as a result, this is where Durham County's salary structure is in regards to these pictured classifications. Just looking at it, you can see that the detention officer and the senior public health nurse, those are the classifications that are currently the data reflects are behind the market. And you can see the percentage points and the dollar figure associated with those findings. But I'm really pleased that Durham County's our salary structure has stayed paced with the market. And again, the detention officer and the senior public health is the one that we are looking at as the one that's fallen behind the market. You will see that the youth home are not pictured, but that's only because their classifications are based upon programmatic relationships with the detention officer. So that's why you don't see them pictured. However, the data is in the appendix of this narrative. Next slide, please. So based off of the findings, Kim Newsom or Newsom Consultant provided some recommendations. And to begin with, we're talking about the sheriff's office. Although the deputy sheriff did show that we were ahead of the market by a little bit of money, we still wanted to be competitive. So the recommendation is to move those classifications up by one pay band. In addition, we wanted to implement a new hire incentive pay. And this incentive pay is specifically for those entry-level deputy sheriffs and the entry-level detention officer classifications. Any of those new hires who have an associate's degree, on top of the offer, we want to give them an additional 2.5%. If they have a BA degree, 5%, and if they have military police experience, an additional 5% on top of that offer. Also, we want to look at implementing recommend implementing a sign-on bonus package of $6,000. And again, that is for those entry-level classifications. Of course, they must be fully qualified, and there will be some milestones that needed to be achieved in order for them to receive this sign-on package. And ultimately, we want to also implement a county-wide retention and referral bonus program, and we will discuss that at a later slide. Next slide, please. For the Office of Emergency Services, these classifications was more related to our EMS Officer 1 and 2, and our paramedics and our supervising EMS Officer 1. Also, for competitive purposes, we want to move these bands up by 1. The data doesn't show that they're behind. However, we do know the challenges that we're currently facing. So in order to jump ahead of those challenges, we want to be progressive and be competitive. So that's why we're asking or recommending that these classifications be moved up by 1 pay band. Also, similar to the sheriff's office, we want to also implement the new hire incentive pay for education. Also, the same thing with the sign-on bonus package. We want to also evaluate changing the EMS officer series to titles using paramedic. We're finding challenges with, some applicants may not see EMS officer being the same as a paramedic. So we might want to revert back to our original titles. So thinking about that, and then again, implementing the countywide retention and referral bonus programs. Next slide. Public health, I want to make sure that I'm clear that this is specific for those senior public health nurses that we actually did the study on. So appointment salaries should be considered for fully qualified candidates to receive extra compensation when it comes to their starting salaries. And that should be based off of their experience, based off any documented advanced degrees. We want to kind of evaluate and look at those appointment salaries. Also, salary compression, that is actually a problem throughout the county and in other jurisdictions as well. So look at salary compression. Continue to utilize social media options for spreading the word about our vacancies and helping employees make referrals. Implement a sign-on bonus of $6,000. And again, that is for the senior public health nurses. A potential retention bonus for those senior public health nurses, $3,000 is recommendation. And also implement an employee referral bonus program. And that would give them $1,000 given to the employee that recruits an employee for the senior public health nurse who actually is hired and they stay on for a minimum of 1 year. That is one of those retention strategies that we're recommending as well. Next slide. Social services is pretty similar. We want to also look at the appointment salaries for their documented education and their experience. Explore additional options for specific job-related benefits due to stress level. This classification for the social services was a child welfare social worker. And what we consistently hear is the workload and the type of work is it's a lot on the employees, which turns out to have like a lot of burnout and a lot of vacancies turnover. So we want to look at some job enrichment opportunities where maybe the employees can have the opportunity to rotate or swap roles with others just so they can have a change of pace or maybe just to, feel a little bit of relief at a certain point of time. So that's the recommendation. And also the employee referral bonus program of $1,000 given to employees who refer someone who stays here for at least 1 year. Next slide. So with general services, we felt that recommendation of implementing a sign-on bonus of $6,000, and that would be specific for the entry-level classes of the electrician, the plumber, and the HVAC. Of course, they must be fully qualified and meet other milestones as well and have satisfactory service in order to receive the $6,000 sign-on bonus. We want to establish partnership with surrounding community colleges or other educational resources to develop a pre-apprenticeship program, or a workforce development program for the trade positions. This might be really advantageous for us so that we're able to, we might have high school students who want to be in trades, or even in the middle school, we can start that early and see if there's some type of programs that we can kind of implement and get kids or high schoolers or other who might be interested in a trade and somehow, some way integrate them into Durham County government with some type of enrichment program, and hopefully, they end up being one of our hires. We want to do a formalized training program for county programs that may be interested in obtaining a trade. Retention bonuses, which is a countywide initiative that we'll talk about in a few slides. And then again, implement the employee referral bonus program of $1,000. Next slide. Youth home, as alluded to earlier, it is based off of the internal relationship with the detention officers. However, after this survey was conducted, we felt that the youth home counselor should be moved up. We want to maintain that relationship with the detention officer, so we're still going to move the counselor classification up by 1 band, just like the detention officer. However, the supervisor and the senior supervisor, we wanted to, the recommendation was to move it up by 2 bands for competitive purposes only. Also, they will have a new hire incentive pay. And that's where the associate's degree, 2.5%. They'll receive, if they have a BA, they'll have 5%. And if they have a master's degree, they can potentially receive an additional 7.5%. And again, this is literally for the youth home counselor and the youth home supervisor classification only. Next slide. So the additional points of consideration that Newsom consultant provided us was, although in some cases our data shows us ahead or near the market, our turnover and our vacancy rates continues to be very high, which is similar pattern to other jurisdictions in the triangle market. When the pay band changes in classifications, we want to adjust employees in the class by increasing their salary by 5%. And I'm definitely not going to insult your intelligence by reading all of this, but this has been provided. We want to evaluate some of the practices we have, such as, giving people or allowing them credit for their advanced degrees and their work experiences. And this is specific for the child welfare social workers and for those public health, senior public health nurses. Want to talk about compression issues, develop a plan, continue, evaluate the need for benefits of hiring rates, bonus payments, and other recruitment incentives. Next slide. Establish a focus group so we can really look at other approaches to improving our employee retention rates in those high turnover areas. Monitor retirements, conduct annual benchmark salary surveys to make sure that we're keeping pace with the structure and staying competitive. Evaluate the EMS series using paramedics, and then provide awareness to our employees about their total compensation statement. We have that in SAP, but if our employees were able to truly really go in and do their total compensation statement, which they have the access to do, we want to just make them aware that it's there so they can truly see the cost of their benefits and how, their salary plus their benefits, their total compensation, how much the county is truly valuing them at. Next slide. This is another additional recommendation. We wanted to think about implementing an employee referral program for hard-to-fill positions. And what this program would look like is provide $1,000 to an employee per referral if they successfully were able to externally bring someone in and they were here for a whole year. Again, this is for external new hires only. And the referral employee must let the applicant know that they have to put in their name during the application, and there will be no exceptions for that part. But that's what the employee referral program in a nutshell looks like. Next slide. In an effort to also look at, the retention strategies and honor employees or recognize employees for their time with the county, another recommendation is the one-time longevity bonus pay for all employees. And what this looks like is, this will only be for this fiscal year 21-22. Implement this policy, implement this bonus. Part-time permanent employees would be allocated a prorated amount. Funding would be for 21-22, the operating budget. And again, it's only for this fiscal year. As you can tell, this is the affected employees, less than 5 years. The cost, and as you can see, in totality is 2.3. Next slide. And then the annual leave buyback program. This is a unique recommendation. We actually want to propose the buyback program up to 40 hours of annual leave for employees to actually ask us to buy back their 40 hours of annual leave. Any employee who has an excess of 100 hours of vacation hours or annual leave hours in their bank, they can request 40 hours to be paid out to them at any time throughout the year. This is a recommendation as far as a benefit for our employees. Next slide. And this last slide is literally a proposed implementation plan of the recommendations that have been brought before you in this final report. Existing dollars will be used to support the expenses. No additional funds are needed as reflected. Are there any questions?
Thank you so much for your report, Ms. Gonzalez. Commissioners, this is a great report. Questions, comments? Commissioners. Commissioner Burns.
Okay, I did see Interim Manager Hager's hand up before mine. So I don't know if you
Okay.
want to jump in before.
Yeah, let's allow.
I think she started penning.
No,
Yeah,
well,
let's
I
let her
appreciate
go ahead
it.
first. Yeah.
Sure. I just wanted to thank Deidre and Kathy and our consultant, Mr. Newsom, for this report. As you know, when we went through the budget process, we shared with the board we would come back because there was desire of the board to address those hard to fill positions, look at ways that we can possibly intercept some of the turnover we were having in some areas. And, you know, from May to now, all you see in the headlines is the Great Resignation. And so this is something that's happening across the country. And so we've tried to be very creative and looking at unique ways to address these issues. And there will be other recommendations that will come back later. That the intent is to look at all of the classifications across the organization. Although we looked at these, we looked at risk factors and other areas to push these forward first. There are some other areas that also have some challenges, but we've been able to address those. But again, the larger market analysis will happen in 2020 and the beginning of the year. And so again, just wanted to thank the team for their efforts, and we can entertain any questions.
Thank you, Interim Manager Hager. Commissioner Burns.
Can you hear me, everybody?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Again, thank you. I see Mr. Newsom. How are you? I see you came on camera.
Finally got it turned on right.
There we go.
we're being challenged tonight with computers.
I will say the buyback program was interesting. If I'm not mistaken, I know for the state it's 240 hours. Kathy, I think you once told me that it's 225 for the county. Is their max out? So yeah, you know, at the end of the year, everybody's either trying to use their vacation or it gets banked back in sick. So that's interesting. I don't know the state needs to do that. That was interesting to be able to buy 40 hours. That's a week, you know, and that's cash. People might actually need it, especially during these times. And it's worth cash anyway. It's not like special leave that the state got. So that one was interesting. I did want to jump back. I noticed that you all said that the additional pay, like the incentive pay and some of the referral pay would be signed on the milestone. I imagine that what we will be doing is making them sign some kind of contract, and that is what will connect it to the milestones. So if we give somebody 1,000, if we give somebody 6,000, and I'm talking about you did a pretty decent job of explaining the current what current employees would get. You know, they would get their referral bonus every 6 months, 2 payments if the person stayed on a year. It might be nice to know what some of the conditions are. And I imagine that they do vary depending upon department, like what you might have. Somebody EMS do might be different from social services and might be different from the sheriff's office. So I might bother y'all about that. But the big one I wanted to ask about was I jotted down some notes on the presentation, and you all said that the salaries were on par, right? Some were up, some were down based on what we saw in other counties. And see, that's if I'm not mistaken, from what I read that it's entry level pay. What I'm more concerned about is, did we compare it to some of these counties that have step, right? They have step allocation, step pay. I know that there's some, you know, I know I'm going to at least get this month at year 2, at year 4. So are we comparable in how we increase salary when we look at counties that might have step payment programs or step salary? I might not be making this up. I'm thinking about when I was on a step pay band with feds, like, and you get people to stay, you know, if I know I'm going to get a cost of living increase, if I know I'm going to get a COLA and I know I'm going to get a bonus, and then I know I'm going to get a step increase because I've given this amount of service, are we comparing, you know, a third year employee salary? Is it comparable to what a third or fourth year employee is getting in 5 of our top other counties?
So that's very specific, and the answer is no.
Okay.
What I can say is whenever we do these surveys, we ask for the minimum, we ask the maximum, and then on some of them, we ask for what is your average salary right now? But that average, sometimes, it's just an average. You don't know how many people, and you don't know how many, the seniority and whatnot. So what I can say is starting salary and the ending the maximum salary. And if there are some other things that they do, they meaning other jurisdictions, then we will ask for the information during that survey gather.
Okay. Other than that, great presentation. I like a lot of the recommendations. I wish we could buy back time because I have like 200 and some hours. But I'll leave it up to my colleagues to go ahead and ask the other questions.
Okay, Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I really appreciate all the work that staff has put into this. I know that this has been something that you all have been working on for a long time, putting a lot of thought into it. And I appreciate just what I see as a lot of effort to just look at every possibility, outside the box thinking, creative thinking. I thought it was interesting that we were actually at market for a lot of our positions, but that the ones that we're having the most turnover with and that we are out of sync with are some of the really hardest jobs that have really been, when I think about people that have been hardest hit during the pandemic, like our detention officers and our paramedics and our social workers and our maintenance staff. I mean, these are people that have been, and public health, right? The nurses, these are people that have really been impacted during the pandemic. And I appreciate, Deidre, that you mentioned looking at other things like what role does total compensation play? Because one of my questions was going to be, have we looked at our benefits packages and how do we really promote the value of those? And is that important to people? Because it's funny, we always focus on salary, but it's the benefits are so important too. And I just didn't, so one of my questions is, like, what is the role that benefits play in really attracting people? And how do we promote that? The other was, I appreciated, Deidre, that you talked about next step, one of the next steps being focus groups, because I think and I know that the interim manager is really working on this, like, it's not only about money, it's also about your quality of life and the stress of your job. And so hearing what's going on within these departments and the culture of the workplace and what can we do to address those things. I would love to hear more about that. And then the pipeline idea, I really like, that's a long-term thing, but that's really exciting what you all are thinking about. Like, we have the Southern School at Southern High School. They have a trade skill program there. We're just getting started in DSS, a partnership with NCCU social work department, because the vice chair of our board is a professor there. It's taken us a long time. And then we have our City of Medicine has a paramedic program. So that, and then of course, I know in DSS, we have people we have vacancies because people are moving up into different positions, which is something to celebrate. But now we're having trouble recruiting people because they're just don't meet the basic qualifications for some of our DSS positions. So I guess, and then another question I have is, what is the total cost of implementing all of these recommendations? And I'll stop with my questions.
Why don't I take a stab at one or two of those items? The staff and the department managers were very, very forthcoming in sharing information about some of the concerns and some of the difficulties they had. as you pointed out, some of these jobs, it's extremely stressful in some of the jobs that they're requiring. And we've already mentioned the social work and the nursing. Those are things that just wear you completely down, and you still have to have a very high skilled level person to do those things. So in that case, even though salaries may be close to what the market is, it's just a matter of trying to make sure that we're using the right buttons, if you will. Part of the wide scope of trying to look at different areas for either attracting or retention is because there's no one simple pill that will cure all of these issues. And I would specifically make reference to, and Deidre and Tony Noel and I had more than one discussion about the fact that Durham County commissioners have done a very, very nice job in terms of their total benefit package. And I think oftentimes if people walk in and they ask, what's the salary for this job? It's $35,000, but they lose out on the fact that there's a 35–40% additional investment that the county is making in getting that person to perform that task for the county. And when you can sit down and make an opportunity to share and say, well, that $35,000 job is actually a value of $55,000. A lot of people, specifically in certain areas, I won't pinpoint which area necessarily, but some areas, they're more concerned about, well, I want to make so much an hour, because I know that if I'm doing consulting, I can make such and such as an hour over here, or I can be a traveling nurse and be doing this. So some of the jobs we have to go back and try to hit several of these different buttons to try to find the ones that will give us the best combination, because the whole purpose not only is to find somebody who'll come in here and stay for a year or two, somebody who sees the value of investing into the community because the county's investing in them. So I hope that will hit a couple of the things that you were talking about. We talk, say, from the highly skilled medical staff like the paramedics, and they are so unique, and you're in such an unusual community because there's so many opportunities for folks in other medical settings. We lose some of our paramedics to some of the hospitals, and when you got 2 teaching hospitals within 15 or 20 minutes, it makes it a real challenge. So that's part of the reason why we tried to get into all of this, and I hope I didn't take too long on that end.
And I would like to add to what Mr. Newsom just stated as it pertains to the total compensation. We do in HR stress that when we are recruiting for applicants or recruiting candidates for positions, we do encourage them to look at our benefits, and we tell them how great they are. And again, though, as he stated, oftentimes they're only interested in what they're going to make an hour, but we do point that out and brag about the great benefits that we offer and how a job is more than just the pay that they receive per hour.
Okay. Other questions or concerns?
There was a question about the money and how much will this cost? Yeah. So that's an important. Well, we have close to 400 vacancies in the county. That would translate close to $20 to $23 million, if not more. Although we count on some of those dollars to buffer what we project for the use of fund reserve. Based on our spending levels, we are very comfortable with making this recommendation to the board. The reoccurring costs, the costs that will go on beyond this first year, would be the dollars that are allocated for those adjustments to the public safety areas in the range movement, the $1.2 million. The one-time bonus amount, that $2.3 million, that's for this year only. And we're looking at it as a retention effort. And if you looked at that chart, you would see that most of our employees, almost have been to a county employee less than 5 years. And so we're trying to look at ways to attract and keep and retain. It takes about 3 to 6 months. I know Mr. Newsom and Kathy and Deidre could correct me, but depending upon what area that you're in, it takes about 6 months to get your feet a little bit wet, even if you're seasoned, to know the environment that you're in. So the opportunity cost of someone leaving especially when they're seasoned, is tremendous. And so we see that as an investment, although small, that may possibly help us keep people here. The other cost, we shall see. We're not sure how many folks will be successful with recruiting other individuals. It's not, in, for instance, in our trade areas, there are not a lot of positions there. So although we have that $6,000 recommendation as a bonus, I know some other jurisdictions have 10,000. So it's not it's not the highest number. So, and we've been victim, I would hate to say, of other jurisdictions supporting our folks with those large incentives. And so, for instance, with those trades, there may be 6 or 7 positions. So that's not a huge number. And it, again, could be absorbed through our lab salaries. For our nurses, there are 42 nurses. And so the retention bonus, that would be below 200. So again, could be absorbed through the budget. So that gives some sense of those others. The last one is the potential use of the cash out or the buyout program. We protected if 50% of our employees were eligible and they decided they wanted to use up to 40 hours to do that particular incentive, that's estimated around $700,000. So, and again, something that we can.
I would add one point in light of your question, Commissioner, and that is on those hiring bonuses that we've referred to, we are specifically talking about not for every vacant position as a detention officer, or not for every vacant position as a deputy officer, as a sheriff's deputy, but in those cases, you find people who are interested in that field and they want to come to work, but it takes as much as a year or more for them to go through the certification schools to be able to complete some of the basic skills and competencies that are required in those jobs. When we're talking about any of these enrichment kinds of bonuses or recruitment bonuses, we're there looking purely for a person who has all of the certifications and all of the cards in their pocket. What they would be able to do would be able to come in and with, we'll say, an orientation or some detailed up-to-date on what our protocols are, they would be able to hit the ground running, as opposed to us spending a year's worth of time invested in trying to train people and having sort of a process that we are hopeful for. We know that you don't always have success with that. The sheriff could tell you how many times they've hired somebody to go to work in the detention center, and within just a few weeks or maybe even sometimes days, they say, this is just not for me. So we're trying here, and I hate to say it quite this way, but we're really trying to attract folks who've seen what this is like, know what the capabilities they have, and we'd have a match, and we would be avoiding some of that training time. And as the manager just pointed out, when you've got like 50 vacancies in the detention center now, we can do this and get some highly skilled folks who've got all their certification. We actually would be using lap salary money, and that should save us, get people, if you will, boots on the ground quick.
Okay. Other questions, Commissioner Carter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I also want to thank Kathy and Deidre, Claudia, you for your leadership, and Mr. Newsom for this great information. I'll be honest, I need to read it all a lot more carefully than I already have. There's a lot of material, so that just is a reflection of all the work you all have done. I'm really pleased to hear the conversation about the benefit impact. That was important, and glad that we're bragging about that. That, for me personally, I consider that huge, huge addition to salary. It's money you don't have to take out of your salary to pay for health insurance. So, and the pre-apprenticeship idea is really exciting. I agree with Wendy on that. Just to make sure I'm clear about the reoccurring costs, is it for the pay adjustment? It's 1.2 million annually?
Yes,
Okay.
it's the 1.2 million annually.
Okay. And then the only other question I have is the nurse incentives, the incentives to encourage nurses to come work in Durham County. Does that also apply to school nurses? I know we're having trouble hiring those in those positions as well.
Yeah, would be applicable to all nurse classes.
All public health,
Yes,
senior nurses.
all public health.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments from commissioners? Well, it seems like this conversation was it's timely, a great conversation. Thank you, Mr. Newsom.
My pleasure.
I'm so glad that we have gotten here, and thank you, Interim Manager Hager and Deidre and Kathy and all of you that worked on this. And I know that you've been working a long time to make this happen. And with our staff right now, some getting burnt out, we really need to take some action here to try and do the best job we can to get some relief, because we are down a lot of people now. So thanks so much. And if there are any other questions or comments, I'm sure that Claudia or Ms. Newsom, Deidre can answer them. Did you have something else you want to say, Claudia?
Yes, I would, because we are recommending the pay band increase. We will need a formal motion from the board to approve the recommendations. We weren't sure what the board pleasure would be, and so we wanted to first just give it as a report. But if there is a motion to approve the recommendations tonight, that would save us that later.
So when would this take place?
There's a schedule. It will start in February. Some of the actions would be immediate. So for instance, if employees could help us support new employees to Durham County government, I'll do a PR piece right now. We need you as our recruiters for these key areas. If that can start, some of those things will start immediately. Timing wise, the bonus, that would happen in February when it's actually implemented, because as you know, when we do these actions, there are processes HR has to do, as well as the finance payroll team, and implementing that into individual payrolls. We do have a time schedule for that. And the second, the adjustments to the public safety areas, the youth home, the Office of the Sheriff and Office of Emergency Management, those would happen also in February, but the actual HR and payroll transactional components would start in January, so they would see it then. And we're recommending that it is retroactive for those to the beginning of the fiscal year. So
how do you want the motion stated? Is it approving the compensation, classification and compensation study, or how would you like the motion?
I would say that the motion could state that it would approve the classification and compensation study recommendations, as well as incentive initiatives presented.
The classification and compensation study recommending. What was the rest of
Recommendation
it?
stated. Recommendation stated.
Okay.
And you should potentially include the implementation dates in the motion.
The implementation stage.
The implementation dates, just to have the motion include with implementation to occur as outlined in the report.
Okay, so which one of you guys which one of the commissioners gonna make this motion so they can write it down?
I'll give it a shot.
Okay.
Madam Chair and colleagues, I move that we approve the compensation and classification study recommendations and the incentive initiatives that were presented to us tonight and were also included in the report, and that we follow the proposed implementation timeline that was also included in the report and presented tonight.
Okay, does that work?
Yeah.
Okay. So we've had a
And I'll
motion.
second that.
And Commissioner Jacobs, second. We have a roll call. Ms. Wallace?
Commissioner Alam.
Aye.
I'm sorry. Commissioner Burns, it's cold in his.
Vice Chair Burns, thank you so much for the promotion. Yes, Ms. Wallace, I'll take it. Yeah.
Aye.
Vice Chair Jacobs
Aye.
and Chair Howerton.
Aye. So the classification compensation study has been approved 5-0. All right.
Thank you.
You are welcome. Thank you. It's been a lot of work and we appreciate it, and I'm sure our staff does too. All right, the next item, Commissioners, is the 210748 FY 2231 Capital Improvement Plan update. And so this is an update. The overview will provide high-level overview on the requested CIP projects, share updates on the county master facility plan, explain the project evaluating and financing process, and discuss a proposed timeline for future discussions. And our interim manager, Claudia Hager, will lead this discussion.
Good evening, Commissioners. I wanted to share that we will not go into deep conversations. Y'all know how Keith and I both like to talk. We will give some very high-level updates. You've heard about this throughout the year. I'm sure many of you could actually do this presentation, but each time we come and share, we give a few additional highlights about process and where we are. And Monica, you can go to the next slide, or Keith, I'm not sure, you may.
Monica's running this, apparently.
Okay, all right, Monica, can you advance the slide? We've already talked about this, but it'll be a quick update, a CIP timeline reminder, quick changes that have happened. Keith will share real high level on that, and then some highlights on the bond referendum. Next slide. And you've seen this before, but this shows the steps involved with CIP planning. It's the needs assessment, project prioritization and sequencing, looking at how do you pay for these things once it's been identified, evaluate affordability, and then you update the CIP plan. Next slide, please. Our CIP information, we just put a slide here so that you'll know where it's located, and mainly for our public. We have lots of information out there, and Keith, I'm going to pass along to you. You can just share with the folks what is out there, and I'll then let you go through the rest of the slide.
Thank you, Claudia. Well, just for the commissioners to know, there are Power BI reports and a PDF version of the 2029 approved CIP. That approved CIP was approved in 18 or 19, I believe FY 19. But do remember that the board had lots of discussions the last half of 1920 and into 2021, largely with the Board of Education about increasing school funding. And you will see in a couple of other slides that I showed the first time to the board when you had your joint BOE, BOCC meeting, some slides. There are three different versions. There's the approved CIP, then there's the revised 2029 CIP, and then there's the department requested 2231 CIP, which is what we're talking about now. And I'll show you the sort of progression of those cost changes over that amount of time. But just wanted you all to get used to understanding what's out there. These the official 2029 CIP that's out there under the budget website that you can find. And then there's the revised CIP that's not really out there, it's in numbers. And then there's the department requested CIP that will ultimately become the manager's recommended 2231 CIP. We've switched to the next slide, and this is just a copy to show you, I believe, a copy of this master facility plan that's usually run by our engineering department. So if you have questions about that, Terry and Jay Gibson can answer those questions. But that master facility plan, updated master facility plan, is largely what drives county project needs for any particular CIP. So this project, this facility master plan was updated in October, although Perry and Jay and that group had a draft version of that a little bit earlier, and that informed a number of the projects that you will see on the county side. Next slide, please. The CIP calendar. Let's skip down to November and December where we are. We are continuing to have discussions internal to the county with a CIP committee that includes Claudia, some engineering folks, Motrio, Greg from IS&T, our finance department, and this committee looked at projects, asked questions, has more information, and it's going to help Claudia and management try to create a manager's recommended CIP that meets a number of different needs. Then in January 2022, we will present that draft manager's recommended CIP to the board. And also in January, we always have our financial advisor, Doug Carter and Associates, evaluate the CIP for the ability to continue to support our AAA rating, to make sure we try to have a balanced CIP in terms of not too heavy in the front end, first 5 years of spending, not too heavy in the back end, that we have so we don't have wild financial fluctuations related to CIP, in particular the payment we have to pay annually for CIP debt service. And then in February, we hope to have the board adopt 2031 capital improvement. Next slide. So remember I just talked about 3 different CIPs. The top table here, this is the total CIP. Do you remember the tidal wave I showed at the BOE, BOCC work session? It still holds true. I'm going to walk you through the increase in the CIP from the 2029 approved CIP, which is that top box, total budget of $902 million for that CIP. Then we revised the CIP upward by $150 million or so, $160 million, largely in increased DPS funding for a 2029's revised CIP. But then that number has now jumped after we've looked at the facility master plan for the county, after DPS came back with additional increases on top of the increases in the revised CIP. We're now at $1.7 million, close to $1.7 million for a total CIP. This CIP, these numbers right here don't include the enterprise fund request for projects. Those enterprise fund projects are largely supported with enterprise fund dollars. I just wanted to focus on what county taxpayers would have to carry for projects. But that is a huge increase from a revised approved budget just 2.5 years ago of $902 million to $1.6+ million. That's a $700 million increase in a CIP. That is significant. Next slide, please. When looking at DPS only, that same sort of progression, in the 2029 approved CIP, we largely had 2 GO bond referendums for schools that totaled upwards of $410 million. And then we increased funding in the revised CIP. Do you remember these were discussions over the last couple of years between the Board of Education and the Board of County Commissioners? Julius Monk was a big part of these. And that number increased from $410 million to $581 million, so $170 million increase. Well, DPS came back a year later as part of the department requested CIP for 2231. That third table is now $910 million alone just for schools. So that's an increase of $500 million in school funding requests alone from the 2029 approved CIP to the 2022-31 requested CIP, or an additional $328 million from the increase you approved a year ago in the revised CIP. Is everyone following me here? Just want to make sure I can see heads. Okay, nodding heads. Thank you very much. Again, you can see why, in my opinion, I use the tidal wave. I know what it feels like to me. This is the rest of the CIP, not including DPS. The same pattern. This includes Durham Technical Community College and county projects, largely Museum of Life and Science. $492 million in the approved CIP. That number didn't change very much for the revised CIP. The revised 2029 CIP was largely about DPS, but it did increase significantly for the department requested 2231 CIP, up to $719 million. What is that? That's things like the animal shelter. That's things like the EOC Center. There are a number of projects, and there's a slide coming up here that I'll show you that'll highlight some of the major increases in CIP projects. Are there any questions before I move on? See lots of people peering at their screens. I want to make sure that I don't go so fast that you lose your question. If not, we'll go to the next slide, please, Monica. So this is always something we want to point out to the commissioners, even if the project increased tremendously. What the county cares about is not necessarily the total project cost, but the cash flow spending on projects. And you will hear Claudia talk about this all the time, and you will hear Doug Carter talk about it all the time, and Susan Seaside the same thing. And it's something we try to impress upon DPS and every other group that we deal with. We borrow on a cash flow need. We want to match the construction cash needs rather than just the total block cost of a particular project or group of projects. The county's been a pioneer in using these cost-efficient modes, and we generally use draw programs. What that means is we generally do a short-term loan, interest-only loan, for a couple of years, let the spending happen, and then we actually issue the GO bonds or the LOBs and pay off that short-term loan. Then we start paying 20 years on that. Basically, we want a project to prove to us that it has spent the money before we issue the bonds to start paying the debt service. George Quick has used this analogy in the past. You wouldn't start paying on a house you haven't built yet, right? Even in some ways, they might think that's a good thing to do, but you wait for the house to be built, you have bills you approve, then you pay the bill, then you start paying off the loan on all of those costs. That's basically the policy that we use for our whole CIP. Next slide.
Wait, Keith, before
Yes,
you
ma'am.
move from this, can you explain how this benefits Durham taxpayers?
Well, I can, and if I can't,
This approach.
Claudia, it benefits taxpayers because we are not paying for something that's not in use yet. We are not paying, and it has saved us in a lot of ways, and this isn't picking on anyone. Projects oftentimes in the county and in other places tend to go slower than you think by multiple years. And the slow, if you start paying, you're forcing county residents to pay the annual debt service on a 20-year loan for something they're not using for potentially 2, 3, 4, 5 years. I don't use this as a negative for anyone, but Northern High School is a perfect example. Those GO bonds were approved in 2016 for that project, and for a whole host of reasons. That project has yet to be fully implemented yet, and so what has happened is that money hasn't been issued. So county citizens are not paying on a school that hasn't been built yet. They will pay when the school is built. That's fundamental. That would be the one example I would hang my hat on and go, that saves county taxpayers.
Yeah, and
Thank
it
you.
also, I'm sorry, this is Susan. Hey, everybody. It
Susan.
also eliminates any risk of arbitrage.
Right. Yeah.
When you borrow the funding up front and you don't spend the money as you plan through your cash flow, then there's penalties that you incur. So this protects us from any arbitrage risk if there's slow spending or something happened that has altered the cash flow spending over time. Also, with the variable rate being, the short-term variable rates being so low, it's been in our best interest to do the 2 to 3 year draw programs and then issue the long-term fixed rate. So it's a cost savings to the county and it eliminates risk.
All right, Keith, you can move on to the next slide.
Next slide. I told you I would give you a quick highlight of some of the increases in projects. These are what I'm showing you here are not the total cost necessarily in projects, but the requested growth from the revised CIP. Revised, not the approved. Remember, this is the middle 2022 revised. What are some of the major things? Well, General Services is looking for some major upgrades to the county stadium if we're going to stay in that business. IS&T, Information Technology, has some major increases in needs coming around our disaster recovery, broadband expansion, some continued IT automation. Our EOC Center, there's an animal shelter, a renewable energy plan, the Roxborough Street deck. Then there's community colleges. There's one building for DPCC, the Allied Health building is estimated at $74 million. I will have you note that the amount of GEO bonds we've given DPCC in the last two GEO bonds has been around the $20 million mark in total. So their request and consideration is in an entirely different ballpark number than what we have seen in the past. They are looking for $74 million plus $29 million for a life science training building in the upcoming GEO bond. But you can see how $600 million can come up real quick in projects in the department request. This is just the change from revised to approved. I mean, revised CIP to requested CIP. Oh yeah, I didn't mean, I forget the new elections building. Now there are different options for a new elections building. It may be existing space, but so far, just as a placeholder in this CIP, I have the estimated cost for a new elections building. Not cheap at $31 million. Nothing's cheap anymore these days when it comes to capital.
You got that right.
Next slide, please. Go ahead. Claudia?
No, I was just going to say that, when we look at what's requested and priorities and costs, there's a convergence of a lot of things happening right now. The price of doing business in the construction space is much higher than it was 2 years ago. So some of those costs are higher just by virtue of supply chain issues and other components. So what we will do, and Keith was I forgot we were gonna have this slide, any adjustment that's 20% higher for a project than the previous CIP, we'll just drill down further so we'll better understand, well, what does this, is it scope change? Is it market factors? A lot of this information was seen with rating agencies and the LGC recently, because we have to share with them our information when we get that for various projects. So we want to make sure we're clear with what's going on so we can convey it to the board. So that's what's happening right now with the due diligence of why is there this big variance? And if so, making sure that we can explain it. But we also know with expansion in the community, growth, et cetera, we have no choice in a lot of these spaces as well. It's just a matter of affordability and when we keep out. I'll stop.
No, thank you. You did the first bullet on this particular slide. The second one is we are always evaluating the operating cost needs that come along with some of these projects. When you expand a new youth home and have more beds, you're going to need more positions and more support. When we expand IT and technology needs, we're probably going to need more support there. We may be continually under-supported there as a general rule. So operating budget needs are an important part of this overall process, but we are expanding our footprint. TPS is expanding their footprint, and there will be direct or indirect operating cost pressures also put on the county's annual budget. We will try to, where possible, conduct sensitivity analysis when evaluating the overall CIP. What that means is what happens if we get higher than expected inflation? How might that affect our CIP? What happens if we have a slight economic downturn? Which, we haven't had one for a long time, but the possibility's out there. And how will that affect our ability to pay? So we're always doing sensitivity analysis to make sure that we have enough room to handle any particular negative consequences, unknown negative consequences that may come in the future as part of our overall financing plan for all of these potential projects. Next slide.
So,
please.
so Keith, before you move on, the items in the box here, are those things that don't have a cost yet?
What items in a box, may I ask, are you looking at, Chair?
On the page that you just left, go back one page, one slide, right here.
Those
Isn't that-
are what I'm showing, like those are some highlighted buildings, like new elections building, the county stadium upgrade. I'm showing the increase in prices in some of those projects in the second table. So the box sort of just highlights some of the specific, sums up the specific projects in the table. Does that make sense? And many of these are brand new, like the animal shelter was not in the 2029 revised CIP at all. The elections building was not in this. I mean, that's a completely new thing that's popped up in the last year and a half. The stadium major upgrades and parking deck just became a part of this department requested. That Durham Public Schools $328 million is for existing projects, but it's growth in project scope, pre-K rooms, legislation for smaller classroom size. So that 328 is just a delta number, but it's a mixture of delta and approved. It just depends on where it was placed in the project. So again, Chair Howerton, that box to the left is simply a summation of what the box on the right.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Commissioner Burns.
Yes, sir. I do notice that just about everything has a minus and that one has a plus, kind of sort of along the same lines with Commissioner Howerton. It would have been nice, and again, we'll see it, you know, in the PDF that you all are going to provide, but it would have been nice to actually see that accordion for Durham Public Schools opened up. I know you said it is a myriad of projects, and I imagine there's a litany of projects, because $328 million is a lot. But I imagine that we're going to be provided that, because again, this looks like a screenshot of an Excel spreadsheet. So everything else, the drop downs are under there. So are you all going to provide to us later each additional thing that's in the Durham Public Schools is my question.
We have that available. Claudia, I'll let
Yeah,
you
what we would like to do, because one of the things we wanted to share with you is to just sort of process. And although we will get that to you, that will be closer to the January timeframe. The schools have provided already their master facility plan update, so I would encourage the board members to look at that. They also provided their capital improvement plan. So we'll make sure we'll send those links to you. And for us, you know, now you have our master facility plan, so you can look at that. And you'll be able to look at the website. Well, you'll be able to see what's in our plan now compared to before. And what staff is doing is trying to sort timing of when projects are designed, because everybody wants their project now. And so as staff, that is part of it too. Also making sure we're clear what those variances are. And so, and that goes back to that slide of anything above 20%. We'll just need to make sure we can explain to the board members what those things are. And 20% is higher than I would normally say in normal years. But because of the way the market is with the construction, we're having a little bit more allowances with it. And so
that's fair.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead.
Okay.
All right, next step, we're going to coordinate some additional meeting times with the board for CIP deliberations that will go over the manager's recommended CIP. After the CIP committee internal and the manager have created that document, we'll have multiple deliberations with the board in January and February, hopefully adopt the 10-year CIP by February 21st next year. And then once a bond referendum amount is clarified, that's a GEO bond referendum, we'll start preparing for survey to test public support for the referendum in February, and then we will need to, well, whomever will need to finalize members for a private bond education group to support or whatever that potential bond referendum by March 31st, 2020. Next slide. And that's all I have. Now, there are some additional slides, and hopefully you have it in your presentation as supplemental information. We won't go through those slides on this, but they're there for you. And I know there are a number of documents that we put in Legistar as backup information, plenty to read there. And Commissioner Burns, back to your question about DPS, there are a number of elementary schools like Jordan High School. There's a major project with a major amount. Durham School of the Arts, Elementary School F. There's a listing of those, and we have those. So once I talk with Claudia and we figure out the best way to show up, happy to hand that off for your information.
Poopy. Thank y'all.
With that, we're done. Hopefully there are no questions because that was perfectly clear, or there are a lot of questions, and we'll try to answer as well.
Well, you know, I did have 8 questions about the animal shelter.
Okay, thank you so much, Keith and Interim Manager Hager. And we just have to stay tuned. There will be more.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Madam Chair, I just saw Commissioner Carter with her hand up.
Okay, Commissioner Carter, I didn't see you. Go ahead.
It's okay. It's all right. I put my hand down. It looked like we were moving on, and it is very late. And my question was more theoretical. I was really, just real quickly, I assume we're going to be getting like more information about how, what the funding model would look like and what the potential tax increase would need to be and what year and all that later, much later.
We tried to be disciplined because we knew if we did that,
we'd be here.
Between Keith and ourselves, we'd be here till tomorrow.
You would not be happy.
I'm so glad you didn't give it to us.
Yeah, so that we will start having some of those conversations and getting that information to you in January. And the desire is to, because it all, as Keith talked about earlier, that cash flow piece is important. And it's actually when you spend the cash, not when you want the house. You start actually putting some bricks. So there is some mismatching going on that we need to sort of refine, and we will get that. But
go ahead.
I just wanted to say how pleased I was to see the line item for the renewable energy plan. I really been thrilled to see that, and look forward to knowing more details about that. And so thank you.
Without being too coy, I will say that the department requested CIP as it sits right now does have a tax rate increase related to it. And that should not come as a shock when you look at a $700 million increase in the overall CIP from a CIP that was done 2 years ago. But we will, Claudia and I will, and the financial assistant and Susan will work through a number of different possibilities there and the one that we think is the best, the most successful possibility for the whole incident. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, commissioners, we have another item. It's 210715, capital project amendment, number 22 CPA 00013, appropriating $29,970,128 of limited obligation bond funding in the new Durham County Youth Home Project, number 44003400DC001, and authorizing the execution of the construction manager at-risk guaranteed maximum price contract with Bordeaux Construction for the construction of the youth home at a total amount not to exceed $28,397,920 based on bids. So the board is requested to approve said number appropriating $29,970,128 of limited obligation bond funding on the new Durham Youth Home Project. Interim Manager Hager will introduce any of the staff that's on this conversation. And I think Monica will read whatever comments that we have from the public.
Yes,
So-
ma'am.
Okay.
There are a couple of staff that will serve as resources for this agenda item. This is a project that's been in our capital improvement plan for some time, as Keith talked about earlier. The capital improvement plan is a living document, and this project has evolved over the years, and it is one that has experienced much review and continues to have lots of interest on the approach that we should proceed. Jody Miller will go through the slides and share. Harry Manns will also, from our engineering department, give some highlights. We have many other colleagues and team members on the line to also weigh in as well. And so I'll just turn it over to Jody so she can walk through the presentation.
Thank you, Manager Hager, and good evening, Commissioners. It's nice to be with you this evening. I'm going to spend a few minutes just providing the board a brief overview of the project. I know you are very familiar with the project, but want to just take a few minutes to remind the board about the project and what we are trying to achieve with the project. And then I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, Harry Manns, who's going to talk more about the construction and a schedule timeline as well as some of the sustainability elements. So as the board is aware, the Durham County Youth Home provides secure custody programs and care to juveniles who've been detained by the courts while they wait disposition of their cases. Children between the ages of 10 to 17 reside in the secured 14-bed detention facility on Broad Street. Durham's Youth Home is one of 11 state juvenile detention facilities. In the state, one of only 4 that are county run for children whom the court determines need secure custody supervision. The youth home provides an emotionally safe environment where juveniles receive custodial care, which includes meals, clothing, bedding, routine medical attention, educational resources, structured programs, and counseling. The residents are monitored and supervised 24 hours a day, 7 days a week by both male and female counseling staff, ensuring that they are kept in safe custody pending future disposition of their cases in court. The courts issue final detention decisions in all cases. Durham County is only responsible for providing housing to those residents remanded to detention. And as the board is aware, a new facility recommendation report was provided to the county in 2015, and that report was provided by a group of community stakeholders. Next slide, Monica, please. Just a few brief highlights of the current facility. The current facility was built in 1983, and as the board is aware, there are lots of challenges with the current facility. Durham County contracted with O'Brien Atkins Associates to update the current youth home building assessment in 2017 and also complete a program study for a new facility in 2018. The building assessment proposed major changes to plumbing, mechanical, electrical, security, and information technology systems, as well as significant site improvements to our current facilities. A new facility is needed to meet the requirements of Raise the Age legislation and sight and sound separation requirements under the Juvenile Justice Delinquency Prevention Act. And we've added some additional data to this slide to give a context to the challenges with the current facility and Raise the Age and the sight and separation requirements. To date, we've housed 84 juveniles under the new Raise the Age legislation. We've had an 18.5% increase in our average daily population from the previous year, and we've had a 56% increase in length of stay in fiscal year 20. Next slide, Monica. Here are a few of the project highlights. As the board is aware, the main goal of the project is to keep Durham kids in Durham. If the county did not provide a youth home facility, juveniles will be detained in other facilities across the state away from family and essential community services. The project ensures that Durham youth remain in Durham and provides them a safe, therapeutic facility for them to be housed in. To give context to this, we've had 49 juveniles over the last 4 years placed in out-of-county facilities. The new facility is just a little bit over 41,000 square foot, and we're proposing a 36-bed new facility. Of the over 41,000 square feet, 27,545 square feet are dedicated for programs and services within the facility. This includes the Youth Assessment Center, which we've shared with the board and the community as an addition to this facility. The new facility will use a holistic assessment center approach to support juveniles beyond simple detention, to include services for at-risk and court-involved juveniles. Its programming will take a multifaceted approach to address security, mental health, and educational needs of juveniles. Service partners for the assessment center will include the North Carolina Department of Public Safety, Juvenile Court Services, Durham Public Schools, Alliance Health, and Department of Social Services. In addition, the board is aware that moving forward with the project is required as part of a 2019 legal agreement that the county entered into. Part of the project, we will be looking to partner with the North Carolina Department of Public Safety for the ongoing operational costs for the new facility as well. And part of the project, the new facility is designed to meet the county's needs for the next 50 years and will be a LEED Gold facility. Next slide, please. You've seen these pictures before. The top left picture is a rendering of the new facility from the exterior. We've also included a copy of the new floor plan for the new facility. The new floor plan meets the operational and programmatic needs related to separation of males and females, younger and older youth, and gang-affiliated youth. Next slide, please. I'm going to hand the presentation over to Perry Manns. Perry's going to talk more about the construction overview and schedule and some of the sustainability highlights. Perry?
Thank you, Jody. I appreciate that. So good evening again, commissioners. And through the statutory or state statutory required qualifications-based selection process, the county selected the team of Bordeaux Construction and Wrightville, Inc. Basically, the CPA that Chair Howerton read aloud basically is a capital project for $29,970,128. Of that, $27,570,796 will be for the guaranteed maximum price contract with Bordeaux and Wrightville. That includes the base bid, the alternate allowances, as well as the construction contingency. The owner's contingency comes in at 3%, which is the $827,124. The balance of that funding, which is the $1,572,208, is for furniture, fixtures, equipment, code required special inspection, construction materials testing, network, IS&T equipment, and other owner occupancy required equipment needs to allow the facility to function as intended. We also have a total of 26.9% MWBE participation on this project, obviously, which exceeds the county's goal of 25%. And that's through the bid process that was used for increased subcontractor participation, as well as the associated contract with Wrightville through the collaboration. The schedule, based on approval tonight, we would be looking at a commencement starting in February of 2022 with an occupancy of the summer of 2023 with the final completion of fall of 2023. And as you guys know, that's due to the fact that the existing building will remain in operation while the construction of the new facility is undertaken. And once the new facility is up, we will tear down the existing facility and complete the rec yard and some garden areas and things like that. As Jody mentioned, to adhere to the county's recently adopted, the policy we adopted back in 2008 was the county's high performance building policy, which basically stated that all new construction in excess of 10,000 square feet would pursue LEED Gold certification. It's also important to note that this is the first county facility that we are going to align with the new renewable energy resolution that was adopted, where we're committing to be off the grid 80% by 2030 and 100% by 2050. You guys remember presentations that we had a while back at the phase where we talked about an all-in strategy for sustainability and adhering to that. This building includes a geothermal system for heating and cooling of the building. It includes rooftop photovoltaic for energy, and it also includes other sustainability strategies, including a rainwater capture system, low flow water closets and fixtures, as well as high efficiency mechanical systems and high efficiency envelope glazing. And so, as stated here, these investments will result in markedly reduced energy costs, carbon footprint, and maintenance for the duration of the building's anticipated lifespan. The chart below is just an example of some of the annual saving and payback period for some of those basic strategies, the solar photovoltaic array, as well as the geothermal system. And so that basically concludes the presentation. And I think at this time we will open it up for questions, if I'm correct.
Thanks, Perry. That is correct. We also have with us Director of the Youth Home, Angela Nunn, and Project Manager Linda Salguero with us to answer questions from the board members. We also have members of the project management team with Mosley Architects, Bordeaux Construction, with us as well, if there are some technical questions that the board may have. So we're happy to answer any questions you.
Okay, thank you both, Jody and Carrie, for this presentation. Are there any other comments before I turn it over to the commissioners? Anything from you, Angela, or not? Commissioners, your questions or concerns?
Madam Chair, I was just wondering when we're going to hear the comments from the public. It seems like it might inform our questions if we heard those first. I don't know I actually don't know what the protocol is on that, so I was just asking.
Hey, Monica, when would you like to do that?
I can go ahead and do that now.
Okay.
All right. So we did receive 114 comments from citizens. The comment period comments were received beginning Saturday, December 11th at around 12:30. And our last comment during the comment period, which ended on Sunday at 2 p.m., it was received on Sunday at 12:12. We did receive quite a few comments after that 2 p.m. period. They were not added to my comment list, but we will add those later to the website along with the verbatim comment. And I will also email those out to the board, general managers, manager, and attorney. I did break them up by the topic. So I will read a summary of a comment, and I'll read the names of those individuals that submitted the comment based on those topics. So first, these individuals requested additional input on the item. Their names were Tyler Whittingberg, Melina Swinton, Casey Bishop, Jessica Garza, Aaron Norton, Sarah Gibson, and Chris Jans. The comment that I will be reading, I did try to summarize them as best I could. In a democracy, when the community raises serious concerns, it is the responsibility of elected representatives to pause and listen, not push forward without acknowledging and thoughtfully considering their disapproval. It is not true that the county is legally bound to build the new facility, nor is it true that the facility is necessary to meet state and federal sight and sound requirements. Moreover, none of these justifications require an urgent vote on the matter without seeking further input from those most impacted. Youth heal in the communities, not cages. We owe it to our Durham youth and parents to invest in preventative measures, not expand the mental, social, economic, and physical harms associated with secure detention. For these reasons, we urge the commissioners to vote no on the proposal for a new youth home and to seek further input from those most impacted. Next, these individuals stated no against the funding for this item. A.K. Krause, Eli Mayerhoff, Toad Gooding, Charlotte Draga, Jamie Storyword, and Katie Regain. We are urging you to vote no on funding the new youth jail. This money could be far better spent on wraparound programs or preventative programs for young people, giving them an opportunity to put the support they need rather than treating them as disposable through a system of incarceration. Saying that this new jail will have services such as medical services is a red herring. Youth shouldn't have to be incarcerated to access medical care. With the changes coming to Durham, there will be more and more people wanting to criminalize biopic youth. In an effort to control them and keep them out of sight in an increasingly wider and wealthier city, do not listen to those voices. Support the young folks who's lived here and grown up here and fund actual support systems for them rather than testing them as disposable and jailable. These individuals voted or requested that the board vote against this item. Some names I cannot pronounce, so I do not want to mess those up, but I will just state their last name initial. And again, all comments are verbatim with the citizen's name once they're published online. Paul Wankoop, Bu Fogel, Daniela H.B., Andrew Vanderford, Rachel Helms, Virginia Wortman, Austin Vu, Chris Rossi, Camille Zimmerman, Cora Hirschfeld, Devin Lancaster, E.I. On, Gina Rose, Catherine Stryer-Brew, Alexis Gubbs, Katie Lucas, Kaylin Bryan, Alir Hewley, Lauren Walters, Mrs. B. Haven, Claire Alexander, Matthew Phillips, Dana Kay, LaMercy St. Hilaire, Christina Miller, Amanda Storyward, Gina Calderon, Mary Hart, Elizabeth Arendt, Linda C., A.J. Williams, Austin Waddle, Caitlin Fox, Annie Cressy, Sandra Korn, Brianna McCall, Miriam B., Megan McDowell, Joanna Brandenburg, Tim Hoffman, Jacob Stanley, Dana Alhassan, April Shoemaker, Susan A., Joe Bell, Cassandra Rowe, Megan O'Rourke, Kristen Boval, Mob Segrest, Preston Miller, Indima Umide, Don Ian, Toy Pot, Selena Levy, Veronique Pump, Emily Charles, Sarah Marshall, and Tate Johnson. And that comment reads, as someone who works with Black and Brown youth in an alternative school setting, we see firsthand the value in investing in sustainable initiatives that are evidence-based, such as safe and affordable housing and accessible community recreational spaces for young people. The National Research Council states that every stage of the youth punishment system is counterproductive to adolescent development. The argument is that a better, safer jail because of new facilities does not change the fact that taking children away from their families, communities, and schools harm and exacerbate mental health issues, and wealth inequity. Prisons hurt us all and in no way prevent violence from happening. I urge Durham Board of County Commissioners to rethink how we as leaders treat our children. And lastly, this group of individuals voted to or asked that the board delay the vote. Michaelan Strobel, Joyce V, Anna Benford, Becca Diamond, Megan Crock, Susan Noblet, Meg Stein, Michaela Woodsman, Lewis Wallace, Susanna Duncan, Catherine Egerton, Chelsea Amato, Jade Wilson, Natalie Huntley, Nat L, Faye K, Ashley Lowe, Karen T, Sanar Gokur, Nana Ewald, Alyssa N.G., Eric Knight, Kenny Delsheimer, Elizabeth Golden, Joanna Rutter, Anal Harper, Marion L., Caroline Frey, Toby Lippin, Chelsea Earls, Laura E., Fern Hickey, Damon Williams, Nandi Smith, Tia Byers, Marilyn Hartman, Jamelia M., Lauren Townsend, Grayson L., Maggie Check, Christine Smith, Jose Romero, and Danielle Purefoy. And that comment reads, we are reaching out as residents of Durham County to urge that you do not vote and instead delay the vote on Monday for the construction of a new youth jail. I am urging you to do this for many reasons, but mostly because there has not been sufficient community engagement in a decision that would impact $30 million of our government funding toward infrastructure that we know our community cares a lot about. We deserve the chance to discuss as a community and share our thoughts with the county commissioners before significant funds are misused. In addition, the Board of County Commissioners has misrepresented the legal obligation and timeline in a way that has shut down and disallowed for our guaranteed engagement as a community. Finally, in the one existing way the community has access to engage in these relevant conversations, the Community Safety and Wellness Task Force voted unanimously to recommend the Board of County Commissioners delay the vote for 6 months to provide for better community engagement. We, the people of Durham, are making ourselves very clear when we say we do not want you to rush forward, and instead we expect and want you to slow down and do your civic duty to allow our community to discuss together and share our views about how to move forward. You have been elected to serve us. The least you can do is give us an opportunity to talk with you about what is going on. And that concludes the comments or the summary of comments and those individuals that submitted those comments prior to the 2 p.m. deadline.
Monica, I just have a quick question about going forward. Is there any way that we can communicate with the public to get addresses on, because when people come before us, they have to give us their address. I would like that we communicate to the public from now on when they send in comments, that they put an address as to where that comment is coming from. Is it coming from Durham or is it coming from outside of Durham?
Yes, ma'am, we can make that request.
Thank you. So, commissioners and county manager, is there a particular place you'd like to start, or could we start with our legal representative? Like, the commissioners, do you have another direction you want to start with that? I'd like to hear from, there are a couple of comments that in saying that we do not have a legal obligation. So if our attorney Darby is on the line.
Yes, I'm on the line. Good evening, Commissioners. This issue has been debated up and down, back and forth. We are under an obligation, legal obligation, to build the youth home. The study has been done. We're way down the road at this point. The order or the settlement was signed or approved by a federal court judge because a youth is involved. And anytime there's a youth settlement, that settlement has to be approved by a judge. And the judge approved the settlement as negotiated. And that was one of the terms of us settling the case. So in my opinion, we're under an obligation to improve the youth home, build the youth home, whatever we have already engaged tremendously in, try to meet the obligation.
Quick follow-up for the attorney, Madam Chair, if I may.
Sure, go ahead.
Just quick clarification. Along that logic that you just gave, I've taken, I'll do my comments later. I just, what we're voting on is an amendment tonight. We are not actually voting on this contract because this is already done. We are already 5 years in. Is that correct, Attorney Darby?
Five years into the process of studying the issue?
Yes, sir. And the motion here tonight is an amendment, not a motion on the entire contract.
The settlement was entered into in 2019, I believe.
Right. That was. I just wanted clarification on that because even listening to the letters, I just feel like people have a real misinterpretation about what it is we're doing tonight. People say that county commissioners misrepresented themselves, and I just want to make that very clear that while I wasn't present for all of my colleagues' conversations, I was present for many of them. And that is not what the vote is tonight because that vote was already done in 2019. And I'll stop there. Thank you, sir.
Other questions, comments? Commissioners, did all of you receive the communication from our representative, Marshall Morey?
Yes.
So just for the public, our representative, our state representative, Judge Morey, Representative Morey, said, I am writing in support funding for a new Durham County youth home. Durham's juvenile justice engage children who pose a risk to community safety, deserve to be placed in an upgrade, state-of-the-art facility. The current youth home is in disrepair, unsafe and not worthy to house children who are ordered to detention by judges. I understand there is some community opposition to constructing a new youth detention center in Durham. Some think that children under 18 can simply be placed in licensed private care homes, not in a locked, secure facility. Unfortunately, that is not the case, and some youth who have been charged with crimes of violence, oftentimes gun violence, which mandate close supervision for community safety. When the age of juvenile jurisdiction was raised to 18, the juvenile justice system now has 16 and 17-year-olds, some who may be in need of greater supervision. Judges do all they can to keep children in their homes or relative placement. A last resort is secure custody when the law and the facts allow it. It is never done lightly, And when detention is ordered, we want youth to be in a place as close as possible to their homes, attorney, and service providers. If Durham fails to build a new youth home, our children will be transported to Wake, Greensboro, or another detention facility in North Carolina, limiting contact with parents. The proposed model of Durham's new facility will provide assessment areas, consultation areas for attorneys and their clients. It will be new, clean, light, and will focus on providing services for detained youth. All the things we do not currently afford our youth who are in detention. After 18 years as a Durham judge, I know how desperately Durham needs a new youth home. I will be happy to provide further information if needed. Respectfully, Representative Marsha Morey. I share that with you for the community to understand this is not just a conversation with the commissioners. This is a community conversation. And I've been in that center. I've seen what it looks like, and our children, we have no throwaway children. And even the ones today, last night, that committed the crime that they committed, and the parents are having to bury their children. Even the young folks that committed those crimes are not throwaway children. But they do need help. And they cannot get that help just by putting an electronic monitor on them and putting them back in the community. So we have a humane job to do. So commissioners, your questions or your comments? Commissioner Burns?
Just one quick question and then a quick comment. I wasn't gonna say anything, but Director Nunn, how are you? Can y'all hear me? Okay.
I can. I'm well, thank you.
I did want to, I had not had an opportunity to talk to you. Your life's work has really been put on the stage the past couple of weeks. And I just want to say thank you for the work that you do, and thank you for the work that you will continue to do. My colleagues and I have defended that work. That does not stop tonight. We know how much you do for young people, and I just, we check in on all the employees, and I wanted to acknowledge you and see how you were doing. So good to know that you're doing well. I saw the video recording from that meeting the other night. Some people saw the one with me a couple of weeks before. And so, we try to be truth tellers here at the County Commission. We really seriously do. I think Commissioner Jacobs brought up a good point. Sometimes she and I talked earlier today, we want to get the truth out as quickly and as well as humanly possible. But I think the past couple of meetings have shown us we can tell the truth all day long. I want to give a shout out to Jody and Claudia. I think people think that they only went to a few community meetings. They have been to a few. One community meeting, that's not true. They've been around the community. I know I have. I've sat on numerous porches, had numerous conversations with parents. And so the only thing I want to really throw out there is, this is not a jail. It's not. If it's okay for us to build a school, to build a Lion School, and to build school at Northern, and to give them our absolute best. Why can we not give our absolute best to all children? Not just the ones that get straight A's, but the ones who've had a tough road to hoe. Something my daddy would say. Not one person on this county commission sentences any kid to incarceration. Not one. But that doesn't mean that we don't care what happens to them after that sentence has been given. Not one person on here makes kids wear monitors, even makes kids cut monitors off. For this board, rehabilitation is paramount. And we want to make sure that we keep kids as close to their parents as humanly possible because they are worth saving. And to say, I've heard some of the comments to say that there wasn't a public comment. Jody, bless you, because you went back and found out that there were 24. When we talk about building this space and looking at the size of it, 70% of it is actually going to be used for assessment, for school, for as a resource center. Like, we already know that. Every person I talked to who actually listened and had questions after they received phone calls or received emails, I got a lot of calls this week, and every person I talked to, once we explained it to them, they said, well, Ms. Burns, if you all are going to have to build it because it is so old and can't be insured and is not fit for beast of burden, what we only ask is that you all stay strong and hold tight to the fact that you're going to put programming in here. I've talked to each one of my colleagues, and that goes without question. And we look forward to having that conversation later. So no one in here believes that kids should only get access to health care while they're incarcerated. But if you're going to be under our care, we want to make sure that you get the best care. And I just know I have sat with the parents, I have been in the facility, and the conversation around this has been somewhat disturbing. And I really want to say thank you to the staff for doing a great job of just articulating to whoever wanted to actually listen that this is not a jail, that we are building a resource center that this community can use. So in the event that, and these opportunities, the assessment center resources will be available to people even before they actually get there. So this is before they actually get there. We are not building 60 beds. We have a couple of emails that actually listed 60 beds. We are not expanding by 60 beds. So I know that my colleagues have some things that they want to say, but this conversation does not stop tonight. I only brought these things up because, as we hear them, we have to be truth tellers about it. And we do look forward to engaging the community about the program. Just earlier tonight, for more than the cost of this entire project, we heard that the cost of the animal shelter has moved up $29 million. We won't get any emails about that. I can guarantee you won't get any emails about that. We won't get any emails about projects going up $500 million. So, and the last thing I want to throw out there was a comment made or in an email that stated, we need to be investing in kids. Again, thank you to Claudia and Jody, because you all were able to find out just in 2021, 2022, we invested $200 million in our kids. $200 million. What we're asking for is 15% tonight for brick and mortar. So I'll stop there because I know Commissioner Alam was up before mine. But I do hope that adds context for some folks who did not understand what this vote was about.
Commissioner Alam.
Thank you, Chair Howerton. Yeah, Commissioner Burns shared a lot of what I was going to say, but so that cuts down from mine. But also, I just want to take a moment to genuinely, I think all of us as a board and commissioners do appreciate the level of engagement that the community is bringing to this, because we do want to engage with the community more, and we do appreciate the level of interest that all of our community members have in our children. And I know it's an interest and a love that all of us genuinely share for our kids here in Durham County. And I had a few questions, Chair Howerton, if it was okay to ask them, for GM Miller and GM Hager, or Manager Hager. Yeah, so of as Commissioner Burns mentioned, almost 70% of this new facility is going to be services oriented. Do we know like what percentage of the current facility is services oriented?
Commissioner Alum, that's probably a question better suited for Director Nunn. She can give you a better context and how they're able to use the current facility to provide the program. So, Director Nunn?
Thank you, Jody. The current facilities programming is very limited because of the space. The space that is required to effectively care for our children. For instance, our medical office is a very tiny office that has limited space in because they're using it for storage. We do the best that we can with the space that we have, but I think the current facility, and Perry may know the answer of the square footage on that, but we use every inch of that facility because we have to. It is not the best use of the space, and we have constraints in making programming work in that space because, as I stated earlier, it is not designed for detention services. It was a mental health facility that was retrofitted for the juvenile detention facility. So we are having constraints in doing our programming, but we will enhance our programming with the assessment component and increasing the recreation area so that we can have inside rec as well as outside rec, so that when there is inclement weather, our children can continue to exercise and use up some of that energy. We will have larger classrooms. The current classroom, and we have it on the website, it's a very small room, and oftentimes we have to separate and segregate the population for schools, so we're taking other spaces up to make that happen. And I hope that answers your question, but we do all of our programming based on the constraints that we have, and we make it work because we have it. But the new space will allow us to do it more efficiently, effectively, and get rid of a lot of the challenges that we have. And I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you, Director Nunn. And I remembered I had one more comment before I go to the remainder of my questions, of just reflecting on a conversation that Chair Howard and I had with a few community members last week. One of the concerns that was brought to us was the building of this facility. Right now, we have a board that believes in engaging and supporting our children. And, you know, later down the road, we don't know what the makeup of this board is going to be like. We don't know who is going to be on this board and how they care about our children. And that is true, but at the same time, we do know that this board does care about children. And when we look at the facilities that exist across the state, we honestly can't say this, like we may not be able to say the same about the people who are in charge of running those facilities, but whether they have that same care and love those kids will have from their commissioners and their director, like Director Nunn here in Durham County. And specific questions to some of the questions raised in the letters, I'll just ask them at once and then because they're all kind of related. What is the impact of delaying the youth home, or delaying this vote by 1 month? What impact is that going to have on the county? What impact is that going to have on the kids? And then what parts of the project are still open for consideration and conversation? Like I think parts of like the services haven't been solidified of what services are going to be provided. And also for all of us, this last one is more so for us as a board of commissioners, is that how can we moving forward have more conversation and community engagement in a way that is more accessible for everyone to be able to have their voices heard and be able to engage. Because we know that this has been a conversation for several years, but to be more engaging like in halls or other spaces with like the Community Safety and Wellness Task Force in the future.
So Commissioner Lum, I'm going to ask Perry to answer the question regarding delaying the request and vote tonight on the project. So Perry, would you give some insight into that?
Absolutely, Jody. Thank So Commissioner Lom, that's a great question, and I hate to refer back to the old adage that time is money. In this case, we bid this project back in October, and as Interim Manager Hager alluded to in the previous conversation, we are experiencing unprecedented volatility in the construction market right now due to supply shortages and just labor shortages, material shortages. Y'all know what we're experiencing with cargo coming in and things like that. And so, quite honestly, there's a myriad of construction material that have increased significantly just due to COVID. We can name mechanical equipment, paint, windows, plumbing equipment, to the point that contractors or subcontractors are bidding projects and they can't guarantee pricing for more than 7 days, just in some examples, and they'll tell you that. And so we are concerned that if we have to hold this or delay this, we're going to have to rebid this project, which means we'll rebid it, we'll get new pricing that won't be as favorable as what we've already gotten. We're going to have to come back to the board probably around April based on the schedule that we're seeing. And quite honestly, we're concerned it's going to cost us probably anywhere from $2 to $4 million just to delay the project that short period of time. There are some other impacts that we're going to see that industry professionals are concerned about. The state budget that was recently passed included about $16.1 billion in funding for capital and infrastructure projects. That's going to put a significant burden on the labor pool here in North Carolina, and we are concerned about that. So there are a myriad of reasons as to why, quite honestly, we're afraid that, delaying this project is going to negatively impact the budget. And that's our biggest concern with that issue.
Commissioner Lum, to your second question, I would just add regarding opportunities for further engagement. I would say opportunities for further engagement on the services and programs at the facility. There is an opportunity. I think partnering with the Community Safety and Wellness Task Force is a smart strategy to have additional conversations about, I think, programs and services overall that impact youth and children in our community. And so working with the task force, having those conversations and bringing forth recommended strategies, I think there'd be an opportunity to do that as we continue to finalize the services and programs for the facility, with the caveat that, remember, this is a secured facility. And so there are things and guidelines that we have to abide by that other providers of youth services and programs would not. And so we would need to take all those things into consideration as we explored potential new services and programs at the facility. And Director Nunn, would you add anything to that?
Jody, I think you covered everything. We are open to listening to ideas of things that we can do. But as you stated, being mindful that this is a detention setting and there are barriers to things that we can do because of statute and law. So keeping those things in mind would be paramount. Thank you.
Did that answer all of your questions, Commissioner Long?
Yes, thank you so much, Dean Miller, Perry, and Dr. Nunn.
Other questions from commissioners? Commissioner Jacobs?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate all of the comments that we heard from community members, the information from our staff, and also the comments from my fellow commissioners. I think that this has been such a charged discussion, because at the end of the day, we are all coming from the same place. I think, I don't remember who said it. One of my board members said, it's coming because of how much we care about our children and our youth and our community. I think that we're all coming from the same place, and we really do need to work together. I think that there are a lot of different issues that are kind of gotten intertwined in this conversation. And, you know, in terms of the idea that we would, you know, delay the vote, I hear the very passionate, you know, pleas from our community. And I know Commissioner Carter and I also met with some community members yesterday and heard, you know, what people's, you know, thoughts are about this. But I think that the problem with delaying is, as we heard from staff, there is a real impact to that. And I think it doesn't really change the basic decision that we already are that we have been in the process of making for a long time. And it is really basic. Are we going to serve the children in our community who are court ordered to be detained or not? We don't have a choice about that. We can all, you know, as Representative Maury said, we wish that there was no detention of children. And I think that's what we hear from a lot of our community members. Yeah, in an ideal world, there would be no child detained, and there wouldn't be children who are shooting each other at 3 a.m. So I think that what the decision is that, are we going to keep the youth home or not? And I agree with our Commissioner Burns that we are saying, we talk about, we want every life is worth something, no matter what the cost. And we are saying that we are going to invest in all of our children. Angela Nunn, I don't know how you have been working in that facility every single day, and all of the children that have been in there. It is, not only does it not probably meet code, but it's also just so depressing. And when we think about a therapeutic place for our children and a place where they can get what they need, or be, you know, a place that is healing as much as a detention facility can be healing, because we know that's an oxymoron. But, you know, it's just, I just think that we need to move forward with building this facility that is going to be state of the art. And that we need to continue this very important piece, which is that we've got to hear from our community, engage the community, especially around the assessment center, of whatever we want to call it, resource center. Let's really dream big on that and get input and hear what our families need, what our children need, and really move forward in a way that we are trying to really fully engage as best as we can and listen and collaborate on that process, which, you know, we all agree, as Commissioner Burns mentioned, our staff went through and listed all the ways that we invest in our children every year, which is almost $200 million of the county budget. And that is a priority for this board, to invest upstream. I mean, every way we want to meet the needs of children and families. I did want to ask one question, which I know, I don't think this was in the agenda materials, Jody. you had in a report that was given to us noted, because there's been a lot of discussion about, this is going to be 60 beds. I just want to confirm, Harry, that there's no funding to expand this facility, even though it does show on the plan that it could be expanded, but there is no current funding for that. Can you just confirm?
That is correct. That is correct, Vice Chair Jacobs. We're building a 36-bed facility, and that is the plan, and there's no additional funding for expansion at this time. And it's our hope that we never have to have that conversation.
Okay. And could you talk a little bit about, because there's also been a lot of numbers thrown around about how many, what is the number that's really needed? There's a lot of concern. Well, if you're going to have 36 beds, you're going to fill it up. And of course, we don't want to do that. But you gave us some information about what the goal is for capacity. And Angela, you could probably talk about this too, that we're really aiming for what capacity?
Vice Chair Jacobs, I'm going to ask Director Nunn to speak to that issue. She and her team work on this capacity issue and what the capacity needs to be in order to efficiently and effectively manage the facility. And so I'll let her share their perspective on it.
Thank you, Commissioner Jacobs. That was a very good question. In 2018, we did a bed capacity analysis. The optimal capacity is 50%. And that is to allow for operational flexibility and security needs related to separating males and females, younger population from the older youth, and gang-affiliated youth. The average capacity that we have been dealing with from 2010 to 2017 was approximately 69%. Before Raise the Age was implemented and the COVID-19 pandemic, data from 2018 indicated that the occupancy rate would be approximately 87% of our capacity if the 16 and 17-year-olds were housed at the youth. So to prepare for the future growth and to achieve that 50% target capacity, additional beds were added to the project scope in 2018, taking the new proposed 24 beds to the 36. And hopefully that answers your question of how we got to that number, that magic number.
Okay, so I just think it's really important to understand that the goal is to only actually have ideally 18. Wait, what's half of 36 now? I'm going to do my math. Yeah.
You're good.
Yes, the 18
Yeah.
youth in there at any one time. And the other thing was you mentioned, I think, Angela, or it was in one of the data points we just saw, that in the past 4 years, we've had 49 out-of-county placement. Why have we had 49 out-of-county placement in the past 4 years? What does that mean?
Well, there could be a number of variables why we've had 49 juveniles out of county. It could be that a juvenile committed an offense in another county and was arrested and was housed in that county until the disposition of that case, and then the case was transferred back to Durham, and the juvenile then probably was transferred back to Durham County's jurisdiction. Another reason would be when we're at capacity, meaning 14 beds, and there is a bed needed for our Durham youth, we have to place those juveniles out of county. And in those instances, they would go to the nearest facility that had the bed capacity to accept them. And those are usually the cases. And then another case would be if one of our children was a runaway and he was picked up or she was picked up in a neighboring county. They would probably put that juvenile in that neighboring county until they could transfer them back to Durham. But oftentimes it's about bed capacity when our juveniles are out of county. I would say 90% of that is going, probably 95 to It's going to be because of bed space capacity at our local. But there are a lot of other little things that
Right.
happen that causes that.
Okay, thank you. And Angela, could you also talk a little bit about, because, there's, the theme of the town hall was youth heal in the community, not cages. We all agree with that. Could you explain how, because you've been the driving force with, best practices, and what is it in your, from the work that you've done that will be possible within this new building? What is the therapeutic model? What are the things that you and your staff will now be able to do? I know Commissioner Burns, I think somebody alluded to this in another question about how much space do you have. But what, in terms of actually what that means, it's one thing to look at the floor plan and see, well, this is this space, this is that. But what is that going to really translate into what the day looks like, the daily activities, and what that will feel like within this new facility for the youth who do, unfortunately, have to be there?
So what we are hoping to obtain in this new space, Commissioners, is to have a therapeutic environment, meaning that we will be able to properly separate and segregate by gender as well as age. Currently, our classroom is very small. We are hoping to have 3 classrooms in the new facility, which will increase our teachers as well as having a space that has new technologies where we can have virtual learning if we are still in this COVID environment or whatever reason that requires us to have a virtual learning setting, as well as the technologies for our children to have a vibrant school space. The classroom that we currently have is not a classroom space, I would say, for middle and high school students. With the raise the age population, we're seeing juveniles who come into our facility who are much larger, who are staying longer, and who may have some learning disabilities that require us to place them in other settings instead of being in a classroom where they may feel embarrassed because of their disability or don't want to participate because they don't feel that they're adequate. Our medical space, as you see, our medical office is very crammed. We are having a new modern medical space where our doctors will not be working in clutter, and they will be able to do better assessments with our children. We're hoping during our intake process, we will have new assessment model tools that we can work with to better assess our children when they're coming in, to understand these traumatic incidents that they may have, deal with their mental health, their medical issues, their substance abuses, because we have better tools to work with, and we have appropriate space where they're coming in and they're feeling comfortable. And as you say, it's light and vibrant versus very dull and gloomy and very still looking. The assessment component is something that we're very proud of, where we will have an intervention, prevention, and blueprint assessment tools. And I have committed to working with Alliance and some other agencies to assist us in coming up with assessment tools that we can address family needs, traumatic experiences, disabilities, reconnecting children and families to services who have had breakdown in service delivery. The recreational yard will be improved. We will have a volleyball court. We'll also have basketball and other areas. We're also hoping to have a kids garden so that our children can use that experience to understand the earth. And if we understand the earth, we can better take care of it. getting their hands dirty, understanding the relationship to food and where it's coming from. So we'll have a whole lot more space for our programming with our universities and our volunteers to come in, our teen librarian. We'll have libraries in every pod, where now we have this one wall of libraries. Every pod will have its unique library and sitting space. So it would just give us an opportunity to really expound on the current programming and improve upon what we already do well. We do wonders in that space, and everybody wonders how we get all that done. But, you know, we've learned over the years to make it happen. But we're really excited to be able to expound on that and give our children what they need. And more importantly, working on trauma-informed and better care based on psychological components.
Thank you, Angela.
Answered your question.
Thank you.
Angela, you know, I so appreciate all the work that you've done. You know, I've seen you work with our young people for so many years and give your heart and passion to taking care of our young people. When we talk about the mental health, you know, as I think about the children that you take care of, for someone to do something against another human being, to take a life, that young person needs help. They really need care to be able to be back in society and be whole. And from what I've experienced in where you are now in that space, you just don't have the space and the services to do what you're wanting to do, to have our young people be back in society and be whole, and to be able to contribute to society. And I just want to say thank you for all that you've done for our children and will do for our children. Commissioners, it's 10:47. If we are going to continue this meeting, we've got less than 10 minutes, or we need to make a motion to extend the meeting until 11:15. Will that be enough time for us to be complete with this?
This is the last item, Madam Chair. I can't remember. I don't have the agenda.
Appointments are after.
Yeah.
Oh,
We just
then
have
appointments.
we have the board appointments after this, so we can take a vote now, or do you have other questions to ask?
I wanted to just say a couple of things. There's not much more to say. It's been a wonderful conversation, I think. Would that be all right, Madam Chair?
I just need to know if we need to make a motion to extend past 11 o'clock.
I'll do that. Why don't I do that? I move that we extend to, let's say 11:20. That gives us an additional 20 minutes. We don't have to use it all.
Yeah.
Second.
Okay. There's been a motion, a second, to extend the meeting till 11:20. Roll call.
Oh, excuse me, Commissioner Long.
Aye.
Commissioner Burns.
Aye.
Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Jacobs.
Aye.
Chair Howerton.
5-0 to extend the meeting until 11:20. Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Carter.
Okay, thanks. I just want to acknowledge all of the really earnest comments that we have received today, or yesterday, from over 100 people, and really want to appreciate Representative Morey for emailing us and letting us know her perspective as one of our former judges, and frankly, as someone who's done more for diverting children, youth, and others from the justice system. into into services and that sort of thing. Her opinion carries a lot of weight, I'm imagining, with all of us. Representative Moraes does. And anyway, yeah, listening to everybody, listening to these comments tonight, I agree that, you know, we have the Community Safety and Wellness Task Force because we want, because we believe safety means more than just detention, you know, and managing risk through detention. What it really means is that everyone, in this case our youth, have every opportunity and all the resources they need to be as healthy and as safe as possible. And there are a number in our community who are asking us to invest in that instead of this youth center. Well, I think what we're going to do tonight is approve this agenda item, and we're also going to invest in, we're going to continue to invest in our youth and in all of the social determinants of whether or not they're successful or not. You know, good schools and a transit system that they can use to get to services, and housing, affordable housing, and public health and food security, and prenatal care and trauma prevention and job training. You know, these are the things that the county invests in. These are our priorities. They're the community's priorities too. And it's not one or the other. We're going to invest in both because I really hear Chair Howerton and Commissioner Burns when they say society has failed the children who will be sentenced to a secure facility. We can't fail them again by not providing them the services that they are going to need and trying to make the setting for them as therapeutic as possible. And at the same time, we want to hear more from our community about how we can invest even more and better so that all children have every resource and opportunity to be safe and healthy and to lead the safest and healthiest lives possible. So thank you, Angela, again for, you know, decades of working with our children and trying to make this this secure facility where judges do remand children. It's not our choice. We're trying to put them in the best facility, trying to make that the best setting possible, the most therapeutic setting possible. So I will let someone else make the motion about item. I have maybe a follow-up motion, if I could, that would be more related to how we can work better with our community going forward, you know, additional opportunities for engagement around how we invest our resources to make the lives of our children safer and healthier.
My recommendation, Commissioner Carter, would be that we take the action we need to do for the center. The other conversations we can have, we can have at a different time. But tonight, what the staff needs is for us to take the action on the.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree with you.
So, are we ready to make a motion? So, can I get someone to make the motion? Not everybody speak at the same time.
So moved, Madam Chair.
So moved. I need a second.
I'll second that, but do we need to, I think there's specific, do we need to go back to what the specific language?
Where's my document here?
I can go back, Chair Howard.
Yeah, if we could get the language that the staff needs. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Go ahead.
I make a motion that we approve appropriating $29 million, $128,000 of limited obligation bonds funded to the new Durham County Youth Home Project and authorize the county manager to a contract with Board of Construction for the new youth home project to be located at 2432 Broad Street at the guaranteed maximum price of $27,796.
Okay, been moved by Commissioner Burns. For a second.
Excuse me, Chair Hamilton. We also need approval of the easement and the plat from Duke Energy for the project as well. You'll see that at the very end of the recommended action. So if we could add that as an amendment. Thank you.
And I further move that we approve the attached Duke Energy easement agreement and survey plat for the permanent Duke Energy for the Durham County youth home.
Second.
Okay, so that whole statement there. All right. So it's been moved and properly second. We got a roll call.
Commissioner Alam.
Aye.
Commissioner Burns.
Aye.
Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Jacobs.
Aye.
Chair Howerton.
Aye. It's been moved and properly second. 5-0 approved. Okay. Thank you, staff. Thank you, Angela. Thank all of you for doing this hard work that you do. The next item is we have boards and commission appointments. Darby, are you ready?
Madam Chair and other commissioners, good evening. Tonight you have the occasion to fill several positions on various committees and commissions, and they are as follows. The Audit Oversight Committee, one at-large position to be filled. That will be filled by Manuel Rojas. Durham and Wake County's Research and Production Service District Advisory Committee, 3 positions, 1 primary and 2 secondary positions. The primary position will be filled by Dewey Deadman, the secondary position by Daisy Mangas Ayeta, and the other one by Kelly Performer. Forgive me if I'm mispronouncing those names. The next position is the Durham County Space and Trails Commission. 2 positions, Dave Connolly, I'm sorry. He will be representing the Triangle Township area. Lawanda Summers, the Carr and Oak Hill Grove Township. He will fill that. The Durham Planning Commission have 1 position to fill, an at-large position. That will be filled by Bradley Batista. And that concludes your positions for tonight.
Thank you, Attorney Darby. And thanks and congratulations to all the citizens that were appointed tonight, and we do appreciate your service. Okay, that brings us to the end of our agenda, commissioners. And this being our last meeting for the year. We won't have any more meetings until January. So I say happy holiday to you all. And if we can get a motion to adjourn.
A motion to adjourn, Madam Chair.
Okay, second.
Second.
Been moved by Commissioner Long, second by Commissioner Jacobs. And we can get a roll call.
Commissioner Alam.
Aye.
Commissioner Burns.
Happy birthday, Commissioner Long. That's aye.
Commissioner Carter.
Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Jacobs.
Happy holidays and Happy New Year, everyone.
Same to you.
Chair Howerton.
We are adjourned 5-0.